And posted and toasted, wife?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Start. Why did something just go? Oh, because it's on.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong thing. I feel like we were ready to start last night, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, let's fucking go. Let's get right into it.
Oh, God.
And everything started like getting slower and slower and slower as it didn't happen. And I wake up today, it's like, okay, try to get back into it. And then we had fucking problems with internet and blah blah blah. That's okay.
Oh, it's going to have to be. I guess, right?
Huh?
It's going to have to be okay because
Yeah.
we can't go back and fix it
Yeah.
or change it.
Took the ashtray out going, oh, time for a cigarette. My brain's really fucking cruising for a bruising.
Oh, love.
I heard my father say in my head. I couldn't think of anything else to say. Fuck that idiot.
Okay, all that stuff's up and you sent out
The twat.
the twat? Yeah. I think that's everything there, baby.
Okie doke.
If when you're done I could have some drink.
Which drink, milk or water or pee?
I think water.
So not pee.
Not pee.
Oh.
Not warm pee or hot pee.
What about ice cold pee? Refreshing cold pee.
And we'll have some yellow snow if you can muster that up.
I could ketchup it.
Are you gonna spend time trying to make more face swapping people like Jay-Z Lee Curtis?
Oh, God damn it. If I can think of one, I haven't really. My brain's been so busy with everything else. I'm excited for this new understanding to start weaving its way into everything, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think I know. I feel infinity times stupider
Then what? A goat?
than I did a couple days ago.
So do I. Because there's a lot of things to unravel and re-ravel, you know?
I have a thumbnail idea here, wife.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "Hi, I'm Mary Mary."
Oh, yeah. I wonder what I can do with that at the moment. I was just gonna take like a snippet of one of those videos of like her with her crazy face on or something. uh to express how it feels like there's nothing and no one out there. It's all brain dead. But now that I know that it's more of a problem with. See, here's the difference, right? One, what I was thinking of before, from what I understood before, there was a problem with suppression, that people were being suppressed, repressed, pressed, depressed, and they weren't able to be the best thing they could be, though the potential, was there. They were just waiting to bust out. But they were getting 1984'd, Whereas this new thing, this talking is the way to understanding for sure. Because now my brain's going in all these different directions. If people are animals, then they have not reached a potential that they could yet. There's still some sort of like repression, because if they were taught in schools what they should be taught to help them grow their mind as opposed to just shaping it for stupid bullshit reasons, they would have all the potential in the world to understand everything about being human. The problem is that children were repressed in a way, but if they weren't repressed, then they would have been just by themselves, and that would have just been more animalistic. Does that make sense to you?
I think so.
The only option at the moment was to be repressed, because everybody was the ones that made the babies were too, should I even say stupid anymore? But there is an essence of stupid to it, because all the information's there. I didn't need a teacher to lead me. I needed exactly what I got, and to understand that instead of trying to get someone else to understand it for me. But it was a weakness. It's a weakness with everyone, because everybody kind of, it's okay. Maybe we start from the beginning. Sorry. I could have just minimized Photoshop instead. That's like a new thing to do for me now. I can't remember all these stupid computer commands. But you know who can? An animal. That's a kitty. Animals are good at understanding commands rather than understanding a higher level of conversation with a human.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
When you give an animal command, they have a noise or some sort of sight that directs them, commands them to do something, and they're taught what that thing is. They do that thing, and they're given a reward for it, which motivates those actions. With a human, you can't have that treat reward to motivate your actions because that's just the systematic abuse. You get more reward for becoming an idiot than you do for understanding what makes the person who's trying to control you an idiot. Because now you have a defense that you don't have to work for. You were just given it by your abusers.
The defense.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that part? You're given a defense. I must have missed something.
Giving humans commands like animals
Uh-huh.
is abuse.
Got it.
Because humans are not animals. When you treat a human like an animal, they become more like an animal. And that's why everyone is such an animal right now. There was no evolution like from Plato thinking about concepts. It was just war, chaos, punishment, do what I say, blah, blah, blah. And now it's so, I wanted to say endemic, but I don't know if that's the word. Let me look real quick. Oh, North Korea. Regularly occurring within an area or community. Yes.
It says of a disease.
It sounds about right. Of a disease. This is a disease.
Plant or animal.
So what? Okay, I use of a disease. That's the definition I'm using.
You looked up endemic, right?
Uh-huh.
And the noun definition, an endemic is an endemic plant or animal.
Facepalm. That's a really good way to learn how words work. A plant is a plant. An endemic is an endemic.
And a horse is a horse, of course.
I lost my way now. It's so endemic in people. So it is like a disease. When the potential, when a child is younger, is better. Because it's a new face, it's a new, fresh view of the world. That wherever they're not getting abused, they can see the world in human eyes. Human eyes. As soon as that survival and fight with other people arise, things become more animalistic within that person. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's always fresh opportunity to become more human, but it takes something that was forced to be an animal to then evolve themselves without the help of anybody, because if everybody's just becoming fucking stupid, to give that opportunity to a child to make it more secure, harder to breach the humanness of a child. I forgot what we were talking about.
I was asking why was what you were saying was a defense. The reward was a defense.
Why was the reward a defense?
That's what it seemed like, but I didn't quite understand what you meant by defense.
When humans have someone do something for a reward,
Yeah.
it's abuse. It's not for them to learn anything good, because they're learning by animal.
They're not learning the thing. They're learning to do a thing for a reward. They're really
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay, so shall we read?
Yeah, let's do unless you wanted to talk about that this meme comic thing that you made. your thumbnail,
Mm-hmm.
and the associated meme that goes with it. You know, changing your language and
Yeah.
blah blah blah.
With language,
Yeah.
you are communicating, or there's potential, and you should communicate with intention, right?
Yeah.
When you're giving a reward for an action, you're not communicating your intentions with that thing. You understand where I'm coming from?
I think so.
Oh, is that working? Okay. Words. There's a closeness that one can get with another. There's a closeness that you can get. And every animal understands this because they all use it to try to control other people.
Yeah.
But when you try to control your, what's the word I'm looking for? When you try to control, you end up controlling yourself. If you want someone controlled the way you want them controlled, then you end up controlling yourself the same way. Because you're not expanding. When talking to someone can be a ladder, and I've said this to you plenty of times, right?
Yeah.
There is no way that I know, because it's never been this way for me. If I were to hear a bunch of things on the internet and just think about it
Yeah.
myself, it's like, what's the point?
Uh-huh.
Because you create in the outside world. You don't just create on the inside. You barely create on the inside world. You turn yourself into a moron on the inside world. You can't build anything on the inside world. So once you reach a point where you need other people, and I think we've always needed other people, because some people got to do this and some people got to do that. Can a motherfucker who has a baby go out hunting? It doesn't make feasible sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Where was I? So we always needed each other in some aspect. The limits of language are limited by your ability to say things to other people.
Yeah.
And their ability to say things to you. And it makes everybody stupid. There's no ladder, there's no building anything. It's just chaos for chaos sakes.
Uh-huh.
And the only reason that could be done is because humans have the capacity to do it. So you could chop your dick off too. You have the capacity. Should you do that? Or should you do good rather than stupid and evil?
Second sounds nicer.
This stupid and evil
Oh, yeah,
sounds
totally.
nicer. No.
Have a drink, wife.
As stupid and evil go hand in hand. There is no one who desires evil that isn't stupid, and there's no one who desires evil that isn't stupid. Did I say the same thing twice? There's no one stupid that desires evil. There's no one evil that desires stupid that isn't blah 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 blah. Those things.
That makes sense.
And no one who doesn't take the time to understand this can ever evolve any further than what they are while they're being stupid and evil. Look at fucking what happened to Juden Peterstein, where he's falling for tricks. He was somehow given a weird Chinese porno and then put, I can't believe what's happening in China. Like, did you look at the production quality? Or, like, there's no sense in stupid and evil. You can't move any further. So, how do you do stupid and evil when how do you do stupid and evil without saying stupid and evil?
How do you... Can you say that one more time, please?
Do stupid and evil without saying stupid and evil.
Like,
can you do stupid and evil, but then also just say good, productive, intelligent, fucking anything that is opposite of stupid and evil?
I don't think so.
And there's already too much stupid and evil. And when there's one thing, there's the opposite thing. Right? There's a bi-dipole for everything.
Yeah.
And we've seen both sides, haven't we? We can see when things don't get done, and we see when things do get done. We can see when progress is made, and we can see where progress is lost, right?
Yes.
So we have both pictures right now, right?
We have both sides, yeah.
Now it's time to choose. And everything you do is your fucking choice.
Anybody in the house like cucumbers?
What does that suppose? Does that have anything to do with what we're talking about right now? Or is that just a way to, I exist, I turn myself into a cucumber, I turn myself into a person who says opposite things that are being said to me. Whoop-de-doo. So, should we read?
Yeah. Okay. You gonna do some Photoshop there, baby?
Yeah.
Take me a minute to figure out where we left off.
His name is the cucumber. Is that a thing that you do? Go around talking about cucumbers? That's the image? Like the guy who wears the bow tie everywhere he goes? I've got a shtick. I guess I got a shtick too.
A shtick. Uh, we were talking about imitation. I think you were reading, right? So I'm not quite sure where
I
we
don't
left
think
off.
so.
You got like narration. No, I was rubbing your feet there, baby, and you were reading this book.
What? Should I get my glasses and say?
Further, I said, may they imitate smiths or any other craftsmen of the trade, or men rowing their
I think
triremes.
it was on this page. That wasn't before.
Well, just
Oh, to
then,
get context or
then
whatever.
Adamantius, human nature seems to me to be split up into even smaller subdivisions, so that man is unable to imitate many things well, or to do well the things they themselves of which the imitations are likenesses.
Can you say that one more time?
Yes, just a sec. Then, Eddie human nature seems to me to be split up into even smaller subdivisions,
Okay.
so that a man is unable to imitate many things well.
Oh, yeah. He can't split himself up into a whole bunch of things because he's putting too much of himself into many things instead of dedicating his time to something or one thing. It's always good to decide what you're going to put your time into. Unless death is just something you wait for.
That is perfectly true, he said. Then, if we are to be faithful to our original position, that our guardians must be released from all other handicrafts to be in all earnestness craftsmen of the freedom of the city. And we must do nothing that does not contribute to this end. Then they must neither do nor imitate anything else. And if they imitate, they must imitate from childhood subjects befitting their vocation. Brave.
Should they must? I mean, is vocation the most important thing? Obviously, it's not. It's to experience life, to understand it, so then you can choose something, one of the many things you can do in life.
Being a farmer is not the most important thing. Being a guy working at Starbucks isn't the most important thing.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
No, it is not the most important thing. If people work together instead of being stupid and evil, everybody could have food from farming without having to be farmers. Because were you just going to grow as much as you need all the time? There's going to be times where you don't have enough. There's going to be times when you have so many. Okay. Layer. And it's probably better because then your vocation, I guess, would be doing farming really well. Right?
Yeah.
I can't grasp how many ways people make the best food or the worst food. You know?
Yeah.
There's growing things next to each other, pollinating, fucking using different soils and this and that. I can't even.
Do you think that maybe if I got a plot of land that's next to your plot of land,
Mm-hmm.
it would probably be best for us to grow like things, maybe for pollination purposes.
Oh, well,
But
I don't
not
know, like
things.
things, but things that do agree with each other. Yeah.
And maybe not things that counteract. Like I've heard that like if you grow squash and cucumbers next to each other, like they really fuck up each other's tastes.
Oh, yeah. And what is the distance to pollination? You
Yeah.
know, like what is it? Is it all the bumblebees? Is it the wind? How much speed determines how much distance? You know, and now all my squash is fucked up. All your cucumbers are fucked up. Speaking of cucumbers, it's really smart and good creates the best environment, and that's what's needed. Everybody wants to have sex, right?
Yeah.
So you just want to rape until somebody writes a law, and then you sneakily go ahead, and then the risk and the reward, it's all fucking stupid. If there was measurement like math, we can all do the same math, right?
Uh-huh.
I guess we should just keep reading the thing, because I go off on the tangents, and I should try to keep it a little more directly located to what we're talking about.
If you want, wife.
At least try it.
So befitting their vocation, brave, temperate, pious, free men, and the like. But the meanness and the other ugly thing they must neither do nor be able to imitate, lest from imitation they become infected with the reality.
And what? Okay, can you say that part one more time?
But meanness and any other ugly thing they must neither do nor be able to imitate.
Do or imitate. So it's just either you made it up yourself or not. I was thinking maybe one was words, one wasn't, but
Lest from the imitation they become infected with the reality.
lest from the infection,
Imitation.
lest from the imitation,
They become infected with the reality.
watching something and then doing that thing that you watched. Two different things. Okay.
Have you not noticed that the practice of imitation, if it is begun in youth and persisted in, leaves its impress upon character and nature, on body
Ooh.
and voice and mind?
It's going to be hard to do Photoshop while we read this. Can you start that again? There was something.
Have you not noticed that the practice of imitation, if it is begun in youth and persisted in, leaves its impress upon character and nature, on body and voice and mind?
Wow. So without realizing it, I think we started getting to the point that we were talking about in on the thumbnail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because those words are just part of that imprint. You hear those words,
Yeah.
then you repeat those words, and then you think you are those words. And it's the most dangerous thing to think you are the words you say, because there's words and then there's actions. Right?
Yeah.
Doing the action is doing the thing. Not saying the words isn't doing the thing. So you end up fooling yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a good runner.
Yeah.
But yet you've never ran in your fucking life. You're putting yourself at a disadvantage, but that's one of the problems with the stupid and lazy and the evil is that people create these worlds in their head where they become stupid and evil, I guess. Whatever. Gradient.
Yes, certainly, he said.
Yes.
Then we shall not allow persons for whom we say we must care, who are men, and men who must grow up good, to imitate a woman, whether she be young or old, either railing at her husband or striving and valuing herself against the gods, thinking that she is happy or overcome by misfortune or
Hold
grief.
on 1 second. What if Chris Chan was right about everything? I mean, it depends if it's a joke or not. Ooh, kitten. Because obviously that's gotta be not true. But is it too dangerous to not talk about why he's not true? First of all, he changed himself based on the abuse that he was given. The abuse from his parents, the abuse from other people, the abuse that he probably gave himself because he's scared and confused. So obviously not. You know, people make up. If what someone says cannot be seen or proven in reality, then they are not correct. And that's basically it, right?
Yeah.
But I guess for a meme, yeah, whatever. No, because that's bad. That's doing and saying bad things. Chris Chan, that sucks. He's very, he became an enemy because people made him that way.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying?
He's definitely, I think, a very glaring example of a product of your environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or how much an environment can shape a person. Maybe not a product of, because I think that excludes that person's responsibility.
Where at this point can his responsibility even be? I wonder. Ooh, what the hell? Why does it... Okay, so this is weird. The gradient exists as a permanent fixture. And this square that I thought it exists in is just what...
Like a window?
Yeah.
That's very weird.
That's some dumbass shit. I wonder if there's a way to change that.
Flip it horizontal. But that's not. You want it just to be fixed like that.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't want it to be fixed. I want to be able to move it.
Yeah, fixed within the border, not changing.
Oh, yeah, fixed within the border of this square, not fixed within the border of the project.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
What, yeah, he's got to have some responsibility.
Yeah.
He's got a responsibility to...
If Sonic 2 is better than what you're watching, then I'm sorry, but you're stupid. You're not understanding the necessity of what's being said. You want to live in an imaginative world with a guy who wants to slice his fucking scrotum so that people stop fucking bullying? That's stupid. Goodbye. I wish it kept the thing, though. You know?
Yeah.
I don't need anything to be fucking redacted. I just need a little slap on the wrist. I You want to be stupid? I mean, I can't control people's stupidity. You gotta just you gotta decide by yourself to not be stupid.
Yeah.
When I think something's stupid, I want to understand it. I want to communicate with it. There's no point in like trying to say, oh, these two fat chicks watching or are eating burritos in their bedroom is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. That's just a stupid power move. Instead of it being, I want things to be better, it's I want to feel good about myself. And it's like, okay, go measure your penis elsewhere. But again, it's like, oh, I'm trying to create my world with my words. There was a problem with... maybe I'll just be done with this. I want to find that the original little May. Because this dude says... Bro is shaping reality, but he's not. You don't shape reality. Reality is something to be understood. What are the limits of your ability to shape reality? Because you can invent things because the universe allows it. There's numbers, there's squares and stuff. We don't just conjure those things into being. They exist naturally. Or they're represented somewhere, there's a potential naturally.
Yeah, there's a means to make it. So it's not, you're not shaping it. The ability to make it is there.
Yeah. Just a little thing. There's a difference. Let's read.
Shall I read that part again about all the women's?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we shall not allow persons for whom we say we care, who are men, and men who must grow up good.
I guess maybe I should, it says it's kind of hypocritical for you to ban someone for being stupid. Is that an admittance of stupid? Because it's not just stupid, it's also evil. So is it hypocritical to get rid of evil? Is it hypocritical? This is something I think that no one will understand until, let me put this up, until they go down this path of trying to not be stupid and evil. Because the best example I have is of you. Or I guess the best example could be even just military, right?
Okay.
Military cops, whatever, they are evil. Say they come to your house and they manipulate you, or they have power over you and they use it. How do you, or cops, fucking ISIS, anybody, any stupid and angry male, I guess any stupid and angry female as well, who's acting like a fucking male. If someone's shooting at you, will not shooting at them keep you alive?
Not.
You got to get rid of the enemy, right?
Yeah.
So when it comes to like me and you, when I try to talk about reason with you and you just insult me, or what am I expected to do? To stoop to your level, right? So you hold off stooping to that level until you're given no other choice. there's a reality of the communication we have with other people. There's my sweatiness is distracting me. If you go onto a battlefield,
Okay.
there is a physical situation that you are a part of.
Uh-huh.
There's a group of people on one side, there's a group of people on the other side, and the intent is to make war based on all of those circumstances. The same applies to speaking to someone. If you say things that imply war, and it has to be a measured thing, and I did the measuring. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody can learn how to do the measuring, but if they do those war things, they're preventing me from telling other people about war with words. Thus, you are doing war, and now do I just say, okay, you do your thing, and I'll just keep reading the dumb shit that you say, or there's a preventative thing going on. And look, this is live streaming, right?
Yeah.
There is anybody in the world can live stream. No?
Yeah.
You want to run your mouth? Go make a live stream. I want to run my mouth. I made a live stream. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
What has to happen for the best thing is when someone is talking to another person, you go in their direction and you meet. You have civil discussion, not just saying whatever you want. You have to learn how to speak well with other people.
That seems good.
Mm-hmm. And since there's so many people that don't speak well on purpose, everybody on the internet wants to say whatever they want to say, whatever gets their dick hard. And all of that has to be calculated when you're an individual in that space. Is this a battlefield? Is this a battlefield? Is this a battlefield? I did as good of a measurement as I can, and I know that I can do better given different circumstances or learning different things. I know that I can change those lines of battlefield, but at the moment, there's something that needs to get done, and there's stupid and evil that gets in the way. Do the measurements. This is you are friend or you are foe. That there's got to be lines in the sand. Imagine if Socrates at the beginning of the Republic, you know how they were like, hey, Socrates, we want to talk to you, and if you don't talk to us, we'll beat you up.
Yeah.
What if they just really did that? Like, would they be able to have a conversation with him at all?
I don't think so.
They're like, hey, you are not respecting the thing that I'm offering. So what makes me think that I want to go with you? And what does it make? Because if you're beating up Socrates, what are you going to learn from Socrates?
Yeah. Listen up, Socrates. You can't. You're fine.
Oh, yeah. Sweet boy. Diggy, 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 diggy. So, as it stands, you come close to me in a good way, or there's many people who are attracted who are just asses.
Yeah.
Because asses is the easiest thing to do. It's hard. You want to challenge yourself? Don't be an ass. It's so easy to just say random shit. It's so easy to fucking criticize everything instead of understand it. Asking questions. This, what you're doing means this. You don't fucking know. You're too stupid.
Is it hypocritical of you to not be abused?
No. And I get to define that, not the stinky fucking animal men that pretend like they're the ones that make the rules. Joe Rogan, fucking any comedy person with a podcast, fucking any person with a fucking platform, YouTube, Twitter, they all get to try to decide, and that's not how it's gonna fucking work. That'll make a bunch of evil, stupid people. And we don't want any more of that. Because food tastes good. Life, kittens, are nice. There are fun things to do in the world. Why are you fucking dragging it down? Because you're insecure? Because you're confused? Because you're scared? Well, listen up. I've got the cure for you. You don't have to feel like a fucking idiot anymore. But when you be an idiot, you is an idiot.
I think it's fair.
Good. Because I ain't changed. Not true. I'm not reverting back to evil and stupid. I'm going to continue going the pace and the momentum that I am.
Okay. So, then shall we not allow persons for whom we say we care, who are men, and men who must grow up good.
You're also, again, stupid men make stupid assumptions. If the only people you can attract are acids, then just embrace it. No. You want me to
lower the
get
bar?
In? Yeah.
To compromise.
And also, that's not true. There are so many people. Guess what? There are no smart people. There are no smart people. Who's fucking smart?
I haven't met him.
Jocko?
Oh, you hurt? Good.
Fucking PewDiePie? Fucking... Like, there's no mathematics going into what's being said. You just assume. What are you gonna learn? Where are the smart people? Where am I gonna go to get smart people? How are they gonna find me in algorithms where blah 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 blah? They do this and they do that. It doesn't make any sense. This is shit take. You don't get to define articulate. You don't get to define what it is to be in the situation that someone is speaking. Because you saw somebody do some college fucking speech and you think that that's the standard. Your standard doesn't make any sense. If it did, you would be the one here saying the things about the nature of reality.
Yeah, that would be the path that doing those actions would take you.
Yeah. And we're also talking about how words are hard, right?
Yeah.
Words are hard because words are necessary to communicate with other people, and it's necessary to communicate with other people for words to attach to it meaning.
Yeah.
So where do you go? 150 years of bullshit, my time. My only words before I met you was just arguing with my mother, reading books and thinking things to myself. And it takes time. It takes time to put yourself out in public. And you don't know what goes on when people are... how would you say that? What is the word? Like when they advertise themselves. When they put themselves out there as
like their
as
image.
as an image, as a product, instead of a person who's trying to look at where they're going. The problem is with everybody, they don't look at where they're going. Jordan Peterson didn't look where he was going, and he fucking fell off a cliff.
Right into that socialist trap that
he's still bitching about. I don't think that's true. You can say that, but prove it. And you don't know how you're younger than 150 years old? Cool. I understand what you read more than you. Like, philosophical videos that got... Who cares if it got better attention? If you attract... This is what I'm saying. You can attract people with candy.
So popularity, the majority, the thing that Socrates was talking about in the other
book.
Then
you don't understand.
Socrates, the
if you are getting more views, please stop. Because you're giving them bad fucking advice.
Yeah. Popularity does not equal correctness.
No. In fact, why was Socrates murdered? Because nobody wanted to hear what he fucking said. So you understand Socrates, but you're cooler than Socrates, right? Nobody's coming after me because I'm appeasing people. When you get more attention, you're appeasing people. You're not changing people's fucking minds. You look in how many comments on YouTube videos that are, I never knew this, thank you for explaining this to me, versus, I know what I'm watching right now. You have reaffirmed my shit.
Using views as a measure of goodness. Of truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's retarded.
Yeah. He's not a talking point made up by Plato. Again, you are stupid, because Plato has written about Socrates as a real person. Dear so-and-so, I know that you want me to be part of your political thing to make your country better, but look, I had a friend who was murdered by my family because they were too stupid to understand our understanding of truth. And he died. So he's not a fucking talking point. You gotta fucking let your ego go. You gotta let yourself question things as opposed to just drumming up, I know all these fucking things. You don't. You can... To have an ego based on information that can change at any point when something else is introduced is bad behavior. It's bad for the self. And look, I don't want to fucking bring people down. But if you don't bring people down, they will keep trying to fucking rise. So I gotta beat you fucking down and say, hey, buddy, let's talk on an equal playing field. Let's have a conversation instead of you fucking talking at me. But you don't know what that looks like. And that's a problem. Okay, see, again, all you do is promote incoherent negativity. That is the opposite of what I'm doing. So, I guess I will have to punish you because this is where we're at right now. This is a new experiment that I'm trying. When you say something completely ridiculous, and look, he's like, well, why don't you just fall into line with the people who are watching you? So, you want me to fall in line? It's abuse. This is animalistic male abuse. And there is no way to argue against it unless you're a fucking abusive male who will just say the opposite of what things are. Husband.
I know, I'm guilty of it.
And the person who says you are objectively articulate and also la cucumbers, you're not listening. So if you're not listening and you're not talking to my talking points and you're just talking, this is what you are. That's stupid. And that's the thing that has to stop. You have to come towards the person who is talking to you or walk away from them. But if you walk towards a person that you've become attracted to because you're here, and you try to press on them what you think instead of sharing
information,
it's abuse. It is abuse. It's violence. It's disgusting. It's piggish. These people they have jobs, supposedly, or probably. They're influencing other people in their life, and they're probably just bending down to other people. Yes, Amasa. I won't use the N-word at work. Yes, Amasa. Words are not violence. That is what a person who wants to use words for violence says. You just saying the opposite of what I'm saying is not truth. We are trying to get to truth, and you argue truth, and you talk about truth with one another. Because if you just try to imprint what you say, you've got less to work with as a human, as a person who could potentially be a father.
Shall I try one more time?
Try all the time.
Okay. Then we shall not allow the persons for whom we say we care.
I don't know why that's funny. That you can see ego all the time. But lol. If truth is not objective, nothing matters. Obviously, and we're talking about how objective truth, right? Because words are not violence is not objective truth. Because you said it and made it abracadabra doesn't mean that it's true. There's a measuring of the inside world and the outside world. The outside world is the world that we all share. And the inside world is where the imagination can make anything possible. If you don't match those two things up, you don't get information from the mind, from the inside world. So when words are an abuse, if you told a kid that he was stupid and gay, and would it hurt him? Who gets to define if violence is just when you do something to a person's physical body? Those are all things that need to be thought about. Not just said, no, it's not. Guess what? You probably got abused by your dad. He probably called you a little shit or something, and teachers tell you that you're not doing good enough, and people just toughen themselves up. Joe Rogan, you got to toughen yourself up. No, you got to make the world better for children.
Yeah, what's the path forward in that situation? Are we going to have a good outcome? Are we going to move towards a positive future, treating kids like shit, or treating kids better than?
Oh, you could say whatever. If you can say whatever you want, then truth is not objective. We say words for a reason. Reason is what you do to conclude, to get to the truth.
And reason is not justification.
Reason is spotting the contradictions in the things that accumulate, what things are said, what things are done. If I say, I don't like when you hit me, or it hurts me when you hit me, it makes me, I don't like it. I don't think you love me if you hit me. And you go, I love you. What does it matter what I'm doing to you? Males don't give up the abuse that they were given. If they were kids, if any of these people were kids at one point, and their father told them that they're nothing, that they'll never amount to anything, that only the things that the father wants them to do are good, and if you don't do that, you're a piece of shit. it would hurt the child.
Yeah.
Because it does not hurt the child on their skin, does not mean it doesn't hurt. So if a person goes through that and then goes through life doing the same thing that their father does, is it just, well, I learned now. I learned that I was just a stupid baby. I learned that my father was the rightest, and now I'm continuing that. Dudes are scared to be vulnerable to the unknown. And that sucks. I just use words as violence. I'm using both. See, boys also have selective hearing, selective memory. They don't want to, even you, husband, I'll tell you something. If you didn't want to hear it, you'll forget it. Like, what was the last thing I just said? Something you said 2 weeks ago. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just said, do I need to speak slower for you? Let me know. If a boy, a small child, is told by his mother or father or some fucking random stranger that they are stupid, that they'll never amount to nothing, that everything they do is wrong and they're ugly, that will hurt the child. And we know that that sort of abuse is abuse because the person who does the abusing benefits. The CIA experiments with those college kids.
Yeah.
What lawyers do in court together. It is all systematic abuse. How much can I make you feel like you're inferior with my words?
Yeah.
That's a war.
Yeah.
If it's a war, it's abuse.
That's a tactic.
We can call it whatever the fuck you want.
That's a tactic of a bully.
It's a tactic of someone who wants to control someone else. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a tactic used. They use it like you're saying, lawyers, and they try to discredit someone.
Yeah.
It's not about the truth. It's making them look bad. It's making them feel bad. Oh, don't you feel like an idiot for falling for this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because they know there's an effect that makes the other person more moldable or vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Tactics versus conversation.
Yeah.
If you believe that these aren't tactics that you're using to make yourself feel whatever the fuck your reasoning is, try to do the different thing. If you cannot do the different thing, is it a refusal to do the different? Oh, it's just stupid. I'm not gonna fucking... Then there's nothing to say. If you can't see two sides, then you don't see two sides. Am I gonna convince anybody of two sides? It would be nice, but I'm not gonna put on a fucking boob shirt and live stream fucking underwear shots to make my point. If you can't hear the words, then you don't deserve the words.
A while ago, we wrote that you only use tactics on your enemies. You don't use tactics on those you care about, on your friends.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't use tactics against anybody of worth.
Mm-hmm. There's a difference.
So when you go into a conversation
and this isn't just for these retards.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're just contrary to be dicks, to be assholes, to be at war.
Yeah.
This is for anybody else who probably goes through the same thing, because there are more piece of shit boys than there are good men.
Yeah.
You really have to mold a man to become a man. You have to mold an animal to become a man. A manimal to become a man.
A manimal.
Because we were animals. Then we started talking. Maybe we should just call him Animal. And then, bam, man. You got to try doing something different or else. And it's a good way for people to test if it's worth continuing a conversation with someone. Right?
Yeah.
I say right because I'm trying to like get you usually just stare at me. And then I get all flustered. When you're talking to anyone, you have to make sure for this to work that you're not doing what they're doing. So even if I remember a lot of times where I would fight people who would say, oh, well, you're just this, right? And then I would say, well, you're just this. And maybe it is an observation, maybe it's not. But saying the same words of the person who's making war is just perpetuating that war.
Yeah.
So I had to learn to ask questions. I had to learn, like, what would make me feel the opposite of what I'm feeling now. That I'm not in a war right now. I'll just stop. I'll let them not feel like they have to be on the defense or something. And how did that make you feel? Or something lighter, something that brings me to their direction. What makes you think this? I may not agree, but I would like to know. Not just, no, that's not what it is. Of course, now I can't spend the time with people to do that because I know what's wrong and what's not now. If you do this thing, then this is the thing, this is what it means. People who have to deal with this too. There's more bad than good right now.
Yeah.
And a way to measure good is to measure someone's ability or desire to talk to you. Like that one guy I keep mentioning on the Neurotic live chat years ago.
Uh-huh.
He was like, I just don't understand why X.
Yeah.
And instead of trying to talk to him, they just banned him. And I mean, I understand they're probably all just ladies who are scared because we like nice things. Boys don't fucking like nice things. They like fighting, they like games, they like manipulation, and it's all a joke until someone gets their eye poked out or something, whatever.
Yeah.
Women say or parents say. Parents have said.
Men don't like nice things.
Men don't like nice things. Women do. They may do not nice things, but I don't know enough of women because they're all just women in men's clothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To defend from the nastiness of the manimal right now is to imitate them.
Yeah.
And you see, they want you to imitate them. Why don't you just fall in line and become the thing that I can either agree with or the thing that I want you to be so that I can keep saying the same things that I want or whatever the case may be.
Yeah. I went to somebody's live stream. It was those two girls. They were watching like something on a History Channel, and I asked like why they enjoyed that particular channel. Because I think it's silly to like things on the History Channel. I didn't go in with that. I just asked them that question.
Who is the Mad Dixie Wrecked How should I talk with you? Should I pretend you make sense? Oh, even when you are addressing me directly, I haven't addressed you directly. Never, I don't think that ever happened unless that's the same person and I'm just supposed to figure that out. But again, it's all arguing. If you want to understand something, you have to ask the questions, not just say, no, it isn't. That's immature. Sorry, I shouldn't have. I ended up looking at it and I felt like I had to address it so I could pay attention.
I don't remember.
Should we read? Maybe it'll come back.
All right. Then we shall not allow persons for whom we say we care, who are men, and men who must grow up good, to imitate a woman.
Ooh, can you say that one more time?
Then we shall not allow persons for whom we say we care, who are men, and men who must grow up good, to imitate a woman.
Damn! Okay, Socrates. What do you know about fucking women?
Whether she be young or old, either railing at her husband or striving and vaunting herself against the gods, thinking that she is happy or overcome by misfortune, or grief, or tears, much less shall we allow them to imitate one who is ill, or in love, or in labor.
Don't imitate men. Oh my goodness. So we're in a world now where people are like, ooh, I got my period cramps. Ooh, I think I might be pregnant. Motherfucker, no, you're not. Not ever at all. You got to get right with fucking reason. You're a dude. You're not going to get pregnant. So obviously democracy, whatever people say democracy is right now with the whole, ooh, America fucking comes from ancient Greece. No. Stupid or fake and gay.
We can't allow them to imitate anyone who is ill or in love.
Must not have men imitate love or just act like they're in love anyway.
Much less shall we allow them to imitate one who is ill or in love or in labor.
Weird.
Most certainly not, he said. Nor may they imitate slaves, male or female, doing servile actions.
Doing like
Slave
servicing?
stuff?
Slave stuff. How do you not allow that? Because if you really don't like, I think back then they didn't understand people beyond their service to country or who you are in the context of where you live. That's dangerous for Socrates because he was talking about God before, and they're like, fuck you, it's not God, it's gods.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a contradiction, Socrates.
No, they may not. Nor it would follow that
That's stupid because Socrates is real. Socrates has been written about by Plato in a letter to someone talking about Socrates' death. Yeah. I mean, coming in, not knowing things or just being so sure that you know something when there could be contrary, it's dangerous and it's bad for the individual. You're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Nor would it follow that they may imitate bad men or cowards, or men doing actions, of the contrary nature to those we describe.
I'm telling you that there is evidence that Plato has written a letter. It was a letter to someone who wanted him to get himself involved in their politics. And he said, I have hesitation because my best friend was murdered by my family who was doing politics. I need to make sure that you are not as dumb as those people. Writing a letter is an evidence. So then nothing.
His personal words. Okay.
So his words, but the people writing about him is more proof. That's stupid. I mean, you're putting everybody you know at a disadvantage, and that sucks. If you would like to try to get away from that madness that you exist in right now, you got to see the contradiction that someone writing about Socrates, anybody else, but then Plato writing about Socrates is not proof. So everybody who didn't like Socrates, talking shit about Socrates or just using him as an example in their plays, which let's get the years fucking right. There are a lot of people who wrote about Socrates during like that Garbage Boys time, the Stoic that Pootie Pie liked. I forgot.
Stoic.
The guy who lived in garbage.
Oh, Diogenes.
Yeah. That was like 3 generations after Socrates. So those people writing about Socrates is more proof than Plato writing about Socrates. That's what you're saying, right? Unless it's madness.
Nor would it follow that they imitate bad men or cowards. That makes sense. Or men doing actions...
I wish they defined all these things. Hopefully they will.
Or doing actions of the contrary nature to those which we describe.
Again, look, I just said Diogenes came generations after Plato. Diogenes came, so why are you moving further away from the source? That's stupid. That is the wrong thing to do to find information. So what else are you doing in your life that contradicts finding information well? What is going on with people? That's madness. It's either just the abuse of dudes who just, I have to be right because I said I'm right, because somebody told me Diogenes is more right than the source.
You latch onto a piece of information that you assume is your knowledge, which is part of who you are. So anything against that is an attack upon
you.
Person.
And this isn't an attack on you. This is an attack on what you know. We all have to attack in the spirit of truth.
Yeah,
we have to attack the wrong things by calling them out.
I struggle so bad with being wrong. I get angry. I get frustrated. It hurts. It hurts, and I want to smash things that do that to me. But I got to learn not to.
Because you benefit, don't you, from knowing? And even the skill you gain from getting over your own anger is a diamond in the rough. The roughed? I don't... Yeah. Some Aladdin reference. Is indispensable, is priceless. That's the word I'm looking for. Because when you get...
Spicy meatball.
Is a spicy meatball. When you can get rid of the senseless anger that you have, when you have an anger for truth that you can get rid of, you can see where your real anger is. Because anger isn't just a thing that you should get rid of. The anger tells you that something's wrong, like a stomach ache, like hunger pains, like a headache. All emotions tell you when you feel a certain way, but anger is nobody wants to be angry forever.
Yeah.
Not even the most angriest person. I gotta go to sleep sometime.
Where's the wisdom in being angry at maybe being wrong? When you have the option to move towards something good and be right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because you were wrong doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. There's an opportunity to be different, to be good.
Mm-hmm.
But I struggle with it. I struggle with it real bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I
And
get
this
mad.
guy, I'm sorry, tentacle and icon, but you're still struggling with this. Look it up is a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, that
I'm
Deuce.
I don't need to know that there's wrong information out there.
Yeah. If you do not have the words to convey what you mean instead of go look it up, that just proves the point that you don't understand.
You gotta have the words yourself. What can I gotta look at this.
Knowledge
picture
doesn't
again.
come from anybody else. You learn it yourself. You get the experience. That's where knowledge is. That's where wisdom is.
There's steps, right? So you learn it yourself, and then you can learn how to try to speak it with other people.
Yeah.
And you can learn how to make connections, and you can get stronger together. What does he say, this guy? The limits of my language means the limits of my world. If you cannot say things yourself, your world is limited.
Yeah, I find myself limited in our conversations because of my small vocabulary.
And I have to limit myself because you're small. Yeah. Not really. I just have to slow down and pick up, just do whatever you need. That's the thing. I can't be the brute that just, you should know this. Let's fucking go. I thought, like, how has nobody looked inside themselves and measured that like math? How is it possible? And that made me very fucking angry. Because of abuse. That's the long story short, it's because of abuse. Men have always been violent. Men have always led everything. A lot of dudes, they're so weak that they don't want to admit that they are the leaders. I don't want to be the leader. I can't be the leader. My leading is not as good as a man leading. But they have to do the best thing. Or else, I'm the best that you got. Sorry. But at least with a woman, I don't have that inherent desire for war. I have an inherent desire to not war. And every lady does.
You're not going to lead to destruction. Looking for truth is leading to destruction? I don't think so. Mm-hmm. Leading to understanding of the self, will that lead to one's destruction? I don't think so.
Can you say that one more time?
Leading to understanding yourself, mm-hmm. I don't think is on the path of destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Just lots of examples how the things you are saying can't lead to destruction.
Throw my hands up in the air. Truth only comes to those who look for it. Okay, so how does one come to look for the truth? Where are the breadcrumbs? What are the breadcrumbs? Right?
Yeah.
It could be other people, yeah. That, I've read this. But now, anything that comes, this is the best thing that people can do for themselves. Anything that comes from someone else has to be put sort of like on a back burner. At least as on a back burner, or maybe as something that's malleable. Because you're gonna run into a lot more people that have a lot of different things to say. The best thing to do is to start with the self at some point and make yourself the measurement of honesty by being open, by being malleable yourself, by, there was a word that I was going to use, by being curious. There's a strength that comes eventually from making yourself the measurement of truth, by being honest, by challenging yourself to be honest. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna make this specific breakfast.
Yeah.
You wake up, you forget. You are not a good measurement of truth. You go into the kitchen and you attempt to make the breakfast, but you pour yourself a bowl of cereal instead. Why? Because you forgot to buy eggs. Now I know that in order to be honest with myself, I have to set myself up for success. I can't make a promise if I can't. We were watching that Channing Tatum or Corin Nemec.
Yeah.
And Bud Bundy.
Yeah.
They were in a movie and this girl said, "How long will it take for you to go get me my feed bag? My fast food, my convenience food." 2 minutes, a half hour, an hour. And he's like, 2 minutes. And she's like, "Okay, motherfucker. So you're telling me in 2 minutes you can
get in your car, drive,
walk down the stairs, and get in your car, drive there, get the stuff, find the stuff, drive back." And he's like, "Yeah, definitely." Meanwhile, he spent 2 minutes getting Bud Bundy out of the closet kissing his lady.
Yeah.
And that took 2 minutes. "Hey, you want to come to the convenience store with me?" Didn't factor that shit in. So there's a way to use measurement with words that reflect on the outside world. When we keep it on the inside, there's a voice inside of us, that animal side of us, that justifies why it's okay that you didn't succeed in that thing. You know? Yeah. That you didn't do that thing. Who cares anyway? Everything that I say is just what it is. That's a problem. And that's just that's a rudimentary thing that has to be done by everyone to hone themselves as a measurement of honesty, because truth never lies.
There's an okay against going against your word. I'm going to do this, and then you go do something else.
Mm-hmm.
That you're breaking a promise to yourself.
And then justifying.
Yeah.
And then defining what justice is. Whatever the fuck I want.
You've lowered your own mental bar. You've made your word worth less. So your thoughts are worth less because you're okay with breaking what you said you'd do.
Mm-hmm. And spoiler alert, by not making yourself worth less, you give yourself more worth. You give your words more worth. They become more confident. You give yourself... I stumble over my words all the time because I'm confident enough to put myself out there like that. I don't care what the image is, because what I have to say is more important. And I'm letting people observe me go through time with my thoughts as opposed to my apprehensions. You know what I mean? When you watch a lot of people online, you watch them pretend.
Yeah, you can tell when someone's not being real.
Yeah.
For the most part.
For the most part. And a lot of, maybe it's so deep that they don't even know.
We eventually, it took us some watching and some paying attention, but like discovering that dude who sings isn't fucking sweaty. And we would watch this thing, it's like, is he really is he okay? Is he like, what kind of shit is he feeling? because like he's constantly drenched in sweat.
And that brings up a whole separate, because I don't like to be tricked.
Yeah.
I like to know exactly what's going on at all times. And dudes love tricking. I mean, I'm sure that they made fucking the movies, you know? They wanted to portray something of, look, I'm standing right here and a house can fall and I'm doing tricks. I'm doing magic. Who was the first magician? Was it a female? Just out of curiosity. Are there more female magicians than there are male magicians? Are there more preachers that are women? A lot of those powerful, I want to deceive you or I want to tell you what things are roles are males.
Yeah.
Women.
One tried to be a part of that and she ended up in jail. I'll be part of you fool everybody things. That lady who went to jail, she was the CEO of that company you talk about frequently.
Theramin or something.
Yeah.
She had those diabetic test strips or something.
Yeah,
she was set up as a patsy, I think, because she was weak and vulnerable. She was a female. Elon Musk, she was the prototype of. I guarantee it, 100%. I'd be into someone showing me different, but revolutionizing something. But she had to intimidate or imitate males.
Yeah.
I put on my voice like this. The milk?
Yeah.
She wore things that made herself, because we don't know who we are outside of males, because we are part of you. You are the thing, okay, beginning of time shit.
Uh-huh.
You went and got food and we had babies. Would it be the best use of time to send the pregnant women out to do hunting? Of course not. We're not as strong. And if you want your peoples to survive, you're gonna protect the fucking babies. You're not gonna have them fucking hunt lions and tigers and shit with fucking the infants. So there's a part of us that needs you. And there's a part of us that you need.
Yeah.
Because you don't, oh, fucking babies, whatever, who cares? That's the mentality now, but it wasn't thousands of years ago. It wasn't 200 years ago. It wasn't 50 years ago.
There's a very special companionship that we seek.
Mm-hmm. And where anger is, love isn't. As long as there's a speck of anger that is misdirected in a male, even if, all of it. Because if you're mad about something you should be mad about because it's hurting your survival or thrival, there's a problem that you have to face. If you have to face a problem, you ain't facing your lady giving her kisses. Or her facing you way down on the floor. Get real low. I thought that light was there for a really long time. Doesn't matter. That maleness that went out and did the hunting, there's nothing to hunt anymore. Because everybody tells you what you can and can't do. Right?
Yeah.
Where do you go to feel manly? Do males not feel like they have to feel manly anymore? I doubt it. They have to control something.
That's where the abuse comes from.
Yeah. But it's also,
I can defeat you. I'm a man. I can do this to you. I can say these words. I can
even with sports.
Yeah.
If I can defeat you in sports, I can feel better about myself. It doesn't matter if we're beating our chest and calling you fucking faggots, or there's still a satisfaction and a disappointment that comes from winning or losing.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that sport translates to a lot of positions that boys like to do. Chaos is a ladder. There's plenty of places to. I want to say manipulate, but I don't want to say it. It's what is coming to my mind. There's plenty of space to take up in the mind. So wherever there's a question, a man comes in and goes, I got the answer. Even more so, he creates more questions, like fucking ancient alien bullshitters. They want to find a place that they belong, so they just create it. It's not, they're not doing it very well out here, but in people's minds, where
there's no way a person could make a line in a rock this straight.
And what do I know? I'm not a fucking line drawer in concrete or whatever. So it's like, how does that happen? Do you need aliens? Further and further devaluing man and his ability to draw a fucking straight line. Oh. Being a man to most people is about responsibility and being dependable. Well, how do we define responsibility and dependability? That's the thing.
If you don't keep your word to yourself, are you dependable?
So, I mean, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, if you lie to yourself, you lie to people, are you dependable?
If you tell me that you're gonna be with me when baby comes, and you went and partied instead, were you responsible or dependable? Were you able to make sure that you would set yourself up for success so that you could be here when the babies arrived? I'm just using that example because it's a thing that men talk about responsibility and women talk about.
Yeah, when, looking for my, job stuff, I make it very clear that I value this time here. Like if things were to happen, I want to be here for that.
And dudes are probably like, well, we want your whole soul. So if you think you're gonna fucking love your wife and love us too, or get a paycheck from you, then you are sorely mistaken.
I state my value. Did you want to address things or no?
No.
Okay. Also, there's options.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not visual stimulus.
There's visual. If there's a light on and we need a light to read, my brain is looking at everything. It's looking at the patterns on the ceiling. It's wondering about what's going on outside. Blech. That's a lot. So, let me see. Women get too much control over their children. Well, I mean, that's where we're now moving on without defining responsibility and dependability. Right? Men should women that were supposed. So this is a problem where you've experienced better circumstances with the males in your life than females. So it created probably a picture for you because it's abuse to not have those women that are supposed to be women for you in your life is abuse. A lot of the times, unfortunately, this may be going too far, but it's the fear that women have of not having control of their lives. I've seen it a lot because there's so much male dominance,
Uh-huh.
And sometimes they don't have those parents don't have, or that mother didn't have the father and mother or one or the other figure, and they get confused. Maybe they just had I've realized, or it seems to me that women who have more male influence than female influence don't learn how to be females. I had that friend that stabbed herself for a cell phone or whatever.
Yeah.
She only had her father, and her father was a drug addict. Yeah, he was there for her, and her mother left, and she only had like an older brother or whatever, but she lost half the picture. Yeah. Having only man, you lose half the picture. Having only women, you might lose more. Because if the female or the female doesn't have the man there to support her, then there's way more lost of her than maybe a man would have. A man by default has a certain amount and can gain more or lose way more based on a female, where we start lower and can gain not as much as you in respect to being a man. And of course we could be more female than you. There's lots of balancing. There is no actual definitions. This is a problem with the males, right? When a male raises you, everything they say is true is true. When a female raises you, it could go either way, you know?
What is the wisdom in that?
In what?
And if there are no definitions.
What?
He
said use the actual definition.
Oh,
but
apologies.
I said there are no definitions until you create them with the people that you're talking to.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Words
we don't have the same...
can be a reference. But because we all have different experiences, because we all grow up in different places, it doesn't work to just keep with the Merriam-Webster, because they changed those things. It's giving the authority to someone else instead of yourself. We can use it as a reference. But when one person talks to another person, like Socrates, they didn't have actual definitions. You have to make an agreement. So if I say, what was it? Male, adult men. Oh, being a man is about responsibility and being dependable. We have to define those together because it's too vague when you go to the Merriam-Webster. Because when we get to, even if we use, let's just use Merriam-Webster first. Okay. Now we have to use examples. Is this your idea of responsibility? Is this your idea of dependability? And go back and forth so that a bigger picture's formed, rather than just having what someone says or the power dynamic between who gets to say what. We meet on the same page. It's the only way that communication will work.
You have to hold a value to words.
Yeah.
As much as the next person has to hold the same. They got to have that same value. You don't want to give it to someone else. Have authority over your words, over your mind.
At least have an understanding that your definition of value may be different than mine. Or your definition of responsibility may be different than my responsibility, or my definition of responsibility. If you say, for example, so responsibility is doing what you said you'd do, right?
Uh-huh.
No, because that's dependability, right? So let's just, as an example, use whatever comes up on Start Page. And look, let's do 2 different websites, okay? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's not being said.
No, depends for men. Dependability. Measures in systems engineering. There are so many words that have better definitions for a scientific process than what they give to people to look up for their school projects or whatever.
You want Merriam-Webster though?
I don't necessarily want it. I'm gonna look at a dictionary. What is this? Dictionary.com and Cambridge. Oh, fuck dictionary.com. I don't know if they maybe just come from like a different thing. Cambridge and Merriam-Webster. Dependability, as in reliability. So here we have a contradiction already, that dependability and reliability was used, right? Let me make sure.
Yeah.
Where the heck did all the... Oh, was I reading it on the website?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
YouTube.
okay. Why is it on the... Oh, my goodness. There's so much... I mean, you... At this point, you've got to realize that you're talking to yourself a little bit, because I can't keep up with that. You're talking at me instead of talking with me. Can you tell me, can you take a break from typing right now to listen to what I'm saying right now? Do you want to talk? Is your goal to talk at me, or is your goal to talk with me? Okay, so I'll wait for that. Truth is everywhere. It does. When somebody's talking at you, it doesn't even matter what they're...
That is commanding someone. Take a look.
Mm-hmm.
That's not meeting someone in the middle ground.
Mm-hmm. And it's also incredibly immature to say, read somebody else so that you don't know what I read. You gotta talk to me and not at me before you fucking run your mouth. You gotta fucking decide. And if it's at, then there's no point. Because it's just a flood. I have to exist inside of you, right? So there's let me put this up. Not Photoshop is what I want to put up. Damn it, distracted myself. Hold on. Life is a series of outgoing and incoming signals. When the individual is talking to another individual, they are sending signals.
Yeah.
When an individual is hearing what another individual says, there are incoming signals. Yeah. Of course, when you're sending out a signal, you can also think about what you're saying as you're saying it. And that's an incoming to the outgoing, but those are like the basis, the prime number of signal. There has to be a point to send signals, right? We don't just waste energy to...
For the sake of wasting energy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, to send too many signals, like let's think about electricity. If you send too many signals, you could overload the system.
Yeah, the thing you want to look at, the thing you want to examine, whether it be an image or a radio thing, is garbled. It's interfered with.
Oh.
It's literally called interference when there's too many signals.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Technically, destructive interference.
Tell me about that.
Is when there's too many signals and they take away from each other. They'll cancel each other.
Say it again. I can't hear you, or talk so low compared to me that I make myself deaf.
Destructive interference. It's when two signals come together to start to cancel each other out.
So there are two outgoing signals that meet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's destructive interference, and then there's also constructive interference, where the frequencies are combined and get larger.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just they have specific names.
Oh, I don't know.
So we're talking about too many signals. You know, all the chats is the thing that's going on. Is it constructive? Is the thoughts getting bigger, or would this be destructive interference where there's too many signals and stuff is being lost.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's being lost because you lose context, you lose the direction you need to go to
Yeah.
keep the conversation.
And then I have to now think about that person in a different context because I don't know how much they hear me. And because I know that they're happier to keep typing, that this is part of their character. It has to say something about nothing just happens for no reason. It calls or whatever. Nothing happens for no reason. So now I have to judge another person on their desire to be heard and not hear. What does that mean for me? What it is abuse. Because it's, take me seriously in this things, and then I'll insult you here, and then, like, it's feel however I want you to feel at any given time, because that's the situation that I put you in. They can't say that verbally because they haven't reached, the other dimension.
The box is small. They confine their world by their small language.
Wow.
Full squircle.
It's all coming together.
That's the way the cookie uncrumbles.
Oh, that's how you make the cookie. And then eat it before it crumbles.
And don't hang yourself.
Fucking name your child after a video game and then kill yourself. Do you think he really played Zelda? Or Link? Wait, the thing's called Zelda, yeah.
Zelda's the princess.
Yeah, but the game is also called Zelda.
Yeah.
And I think he called his
daughter Zelda.
Did he ever even have time to play video games? I don't even...
I think the name Zelda has been around before.
Oh, so it's probably just people who like that she's named like that.
Yeah.
That puts the two together.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Either way, if you have a daughter and you kill yourself, now, is it irresponsible or responsible to kill yourself? Because what he probably thought, oh, I'll be a burden, or this and that, he can't think outside the scope of his desires.
Or he wasn't thinking about them at all. He was just thinking about his own hurt.
Didn't he write a note? Okay, now we're going to have to get into conjecture. Yeah, he could have not been thinking about her at all.
Well, you're thinking about not being in their life and not benefiting your daughter, thinking about the immense pain it would be to lose you to them.
Mm-hmm. And to have someone... So this is all the pain that she could have gone through. Not all of it, but her father's dead, isn't there no more. She can't weigh if she would have preferred that over him getting old and senile. If he was sick.
Yeah.
Now there are random people who have been in his house to take him off his hanging device. Now there are people who will see him naked in a morgue. Yeah, now gross. There are other people in your life who have seen your dead father, and he's a movie star. Everybody knows him, and now he's weak and vulnerable, and that maybe makes you weak and vulnerable. That's a lot of heavy shit that isn't thought about.
People are, because of the way we treat death, people are going to be talking about this thing. And you're going to hear what people think in their words about your dad, which is hurting you.
Mm-hmm. Fucked up.
It's real fucked up. I was thinking I'd go get us some tea, wife. How's that sound?
That would be good.
Okay.
I'll try to... If I say I'm gonna kill myself... Oh, I guess you're censoring yourself. And I don't that doesn't make me irresponsible. Okay, I agree, but it was irresponsible to want to kill yourself anyway. Or no, not that you want to kill yourself, but that you say you're gonna. You had the intent. Um, live in my dimension. If I could pass it, I would. So, hard to understand now, but I don't discredit you every time. Hold on. Because now we have to get to know each other. Let's start fresh then, yeah? I am wife trying to do some shit on the internet, and you are tentacle hentai content. Hey, what do you find most important in life? Let's rebalance everything. It's hard. People make enemies all the time, and it's like, when do you stop being an enemy? I've been vulnerable all my life, haven't I, husband, trying to get people to not make me an enemy, and it has not worked. I've had to defend myself quite a few times. And it sucks. I don't want to. I want to be everybody's friend, but I don't want to submit. You know what I mean? I'm talking to myself. Well, not really. You're here. I think having children is the most important thing in life, and teaching those kids good values. Okay. I agree that teaching those kids good values is the most important thing. However, in order to teach children good values, one has to experience life to learn those values, I would say. Do you agree? We got any food up in there? Leftovers? Chicken? You want to bring some broccoli and mashed potatoes and barbecue sauce our way? Thanks. I agree, and that's all I try to do is learn from life. I disagree with that, but that may be too complicated. I try to learn from my parents' mistakes as role models and hope to be better. And you said your mother was not a good person to you, and your father was. If you'd like, you could expand on that. If not, I understand. Telling some random person on the internet all of the things, even if you don't feel like it at the time. Tentacle hentai content. Off subject, but I'm curious about that name. It's hard I don't know if there's other people out here that would like to say words too. Then I could talk to you while also talking to Tentacle. Still don't been doing this for a few years now, and I still don't know how everything works the best. Talking and not talking and doing other things and not talking so that other people can write. unique situation, because every chat room I've ever seen is just blah 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 blah. My mom neglected me and was a prostitute and drug addict. And my dad tried to protect me from her. But he wasn't a good role model either. But. Oh, what? Sorry. This stupid heart emoji thing, can I make it go away so I can see the goddamn. Maybe if I click it? Nope. Oh, maybe but was better. Okay. That is a very tough situation that you were in. Neglected me when I was a prostitute and drug addict. I'm trying to think of the best way forward because I'm curious about all of this. But I am curious to maybe the age range of where you are, because a teenager versus a 20-year-old versus 30 or 40, there's different ways I think to talk to all of those things. You don't have to tell me exactly how old you are, but it would be informative to know whereaboutsly. 21. Are you the one that said you were older than me? Doesn't matter. When I was 21, I was already drinking heavily. I believe my father was dead at this point and not my mother. So in that time, I believe that I was trying to remove myself from the angry part of me and try to move towards understanding everything. Would you say that as a 21-year-old you were in those same frames of mind, that there was a hurt that you were discovering about your past that made more intelligent sense? Because I mean, you can know that you hurt when you're a 2-year-old, but when you're 21, all of the things that influence you and you're exposed to gives you more definition to what, or gives more definition to your younger self. You see yourself in a different perspective. I'm younger. Lately, I've been trying to be Socratic and understanding, but you do have a problem. Okay, so let's take the bias out of what you say, because you want to communicate, right? When you say, I have a problem being articulate, I understand it as a problem with communication, because communication has to be learned with people. You have to understand the individuals that you're talking to. This isn't something, and this is what I thought when I was 21. that there is a way that everyone knows how to communicate. Where the people who had power over me did it, and I'm just not understanding it yet. And it was a dangerous way to live. It's been a dangerous way. It's inevitable that this is what we thought, because the power over us, the force over us, is very pinpointed. Everybody who tries to control you says the same thing. So if they say the same thing, there must be a same thing to be said. However, I've learned in the few hundred years I've been alive that communication and everything, along with what you communicate, it all starts with the self and the understanding of it beyond what anybody influences. And then that self is then mirrored or directed towards another person, be it a classroom or one classmate or mother, or, and all of those relationships are very pinpointed, individualized, singular. Can you look what that says? Does what give? Oh, salvia give you extra years of life? I would say that it is a good idea to split the mind to see the individual person that we are with salvia. And I believe becoming that individual and not just falling for the traps of the rest of the world will somewhere have the solution to eternal life. So, yes, long story short, yes.
You're recommending taking salvia?
Oh, I thought you said sativa. Shit. But I said salvia. No. Yeah. Salvia, no. Salvia is probably not. Salvia, I think, is dangerous. When I've taken salvia, it felt like my brain was being compressed, and I've heard other people talk about that, and it's not. It brings you further into the imagination without control of your imagination.
Get off the bed.
Sativa and indica, I guess.
Talk about
you have more control over yourself. You can think about things as yourself and not as a person who sees spirit demons or whatever. Nah, sorry, bad advice. Salvia bad, sativa and indica good. Good thing he didn't have time to go to the store yet. I guess I think I took salvia a couple of times when in my earlier 20s.
A change in perspective is good. I think with different drugs, there's some of those perspectives aren't necessary. I don't think you need to take. I don't think everybody needs to experience heroin, but having weed. I think in taking that DMT.
Maybe at some point we won't need stuff like that, because our brains will be free to experience it. You don't need a key to unlock a cell if you're not locked in a cell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if that key were to be marijuana, comes to understand, but I think it ruins people's sense of object reality and lose sense of their environment. I can definitely see how that would be an issue, especially because what comes with doing drugs, like even hallucinogens will do it, mushrooms, you get a good body feeling. So you're chasing the addiction without knowing it. When you have an addiction to chase, you no longer understand yourself but by the pleasure that you're getting. Does that change object reality? Well, objective reality is seen through the eyes of subjective people. It's ingrained in children right now. And this isn't like... This couldn't happen when people didn't have language. You know what I mean? So what we see as objective reality, look where people are right now. They're all going crazy. They can't even define the difference between boys and girls. So that objective reality almost has to be taken back with drugs. And that's why people do those drugs, because the world that they're given hurts. And they find a world that doesn't hurt. And then eventually when you go, well, if this is hurting me more than it helps me because I'm going to die and I don't want to for some reason, then I have to understand the objective reality that I exist in. The addiction that I have, why I have that addiction, what I was trying to run away from, the feelings that I had before the drugs, during the drugs, after the drugs. And I have to measure that all. And that is a lot of information. And that's where objective reality becomes understood. By measuring all those things, I think right now nobody can measure objective reality. A child is better at measuring objective reality until the parent doesn't butt in when the objective becomes subjective. As all the kings of thousands of years ago, they're all like 12 years old because it was all just fucking children running around. Drawing pictures. Everybody was dying. They say like, our medicine is so good, right?
Uh-huh.
But I think that it's the cleanliness that works. If you have a good... and it shows that the proof is in the cheese. The proof is in the pudding. If you ferment things in a clean environment, you get something edible, shelf-stable. The way people lived back in the day, they probably just didn't mind where their poop went. They didn't know exactly how, like, fertilizing works. Who knows? They could have just been... maybe there was a time where people ate their own poop. I have no idea. I know that people eat poop now. There's that video we got of that chick who's in that, the place with the cats, and she's picking up morsels.
Yeah, eating out of the litter box.
Mm-hmm.
That's disgusting. Oh man.
Benefit of drugs when it comes to smoking marijuana has helped me learn a lot about myself, but it's made me objectively dumber. Why do you say, hold on, because we gotta catch up. It's a lot being, doing live stuff, talking to you, talking about other things. What makes you think you're dumber now than you were before? I would think that every day you learn.
If you can observe...
You can't go backwards.
If you can observe yourself from now till then, I mean, it's got to be net positive because you've moved forward in time and not died.
Yeah. There's all those benefits of forward rather than backwards that you get inherently by going forward and not backwards.
But
Smoking has helped me a lot. Oh, though it's double. I've made similar to my. I reacted to your channel trailer once. Channel trailer? Channing Tatum? Channel trailer once.
Your Dragon Shell, baby.
It was. I thought it was just a comedy channel, but I think you would agree with a lot of my views in my philosophy videos. I think people were smarter in ancient civilizations. Okay. The source of philosophy is wisdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have a major disagreement with a lot of your wisdom versus my wisdom. There's a way that we can come to an understanding if you're willing to take those steps to come to an understanding. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It could just be forcefully typing a lot of things, making a point, or it could be a controlled back and forth. What the internet is right now is not a controlled back and forth. We have to design that system. I'm designing that system. To just expect things again, I'm noticing a pattern to expect things to just be the way you think they are. You will be amazed at how, I don't want to say it like that, at how everybody's thought of what they think things are is different. And how they enforce those things is just abuse, whether they know it or not. If my friend calls me and tells me that I should have my baby at the hospital, that is the wisdom she thinks she knows. But if she doesn't hear my discrepancies about that, and she just and she doesn't listen to my points and find the source, the humanity, the agathoptics, the self-reliance, that people didn't have to rely on other people, or they couldn't rely on other people back in the day. The point, no, because it goes towards the ancient civilization thing. So, if you're willing, I would like to make my point about ancient civilization, and feel free to tell me that you want to make your point first. Why specifically ancient civilization is smarter than we are now. If you want to go first, or you think I should go first, just because dealing with things, I need to be very specific so that he can be heard and I can be heard. And it's very important to listen to both people. Me, you, me. We, you.
We, yow.
Made my memory worse, and intelligence is intel, right? Is that...
Can you read? I couldn't hear all that there, baby.
I've learned more from reading since then. So I'm smarter in some ways, but marijuana has helped me on a personal level. Split.
Like reading. That's pretty personal.
Breeding?
Reading.
Is that smarter or is that personal? We've got another contradiction. We've got to slow one at a time, because there is so much to unravel. Please believe me, and I will tell you that I love you more than your mother. that, hey, Josie, that I will not do drugs and become a prostitute and lead you astray. At least I love you that much. And I love you enough to not want to fight and to not want to feel better than you. I want you to feel as good as me. Just trying to put that out there. And that goes for everybody, right? I mean, if you act like an asshole, there's something that you don't understand about our relationship and who I am versus who you are. So it's, you got to just say, can we start from right now? Oh, but sorry, has helped me on a personal level, but it's made my memory worse, and intelligence is intel, right? That's just the short for intelligence. Is
Yeah, I don't understand that.
So, but I mean, those there are like at least 4 things I want to clear up in that.
Okay.
Can you help me understand your chaos, husband? Because the chaos that I had to unravel with you, that I'm still unraveling with you, is the same everywhere. And it's just like pain for pain for pain and no, barely any success. I wish my mom loved me on a... Is that physical or psychical? Is that something that I don't know? Hold on, I'm gonna copy paste. Relating to, oh no, this is psychical. The relating to special mental abilities or to events that cannot be explained by science. Hold on, I can love you on a psychical level. Hold on, we can work this together. Let's see. Relating to special mental abilities or to events that cannot be explained by science, such as the ability to know what will happen into the future or the appearance of ghosts. Is this what you meant? Because maybe you didn't mean it. My husband is husband. Oh, husband, my husband. Whether he wants to be or not, he is the dominant person and deserves his rightful name. Who cares what your slut mother named you? Your husband, to me. Everyone should have a husband and a wife.
I prefer to be called husband than anything else.
If you called me by my name, and I feel like when I call you by your name, your slave name, it's to hurt. Or it hurts.
Yes.
I wonder how many people feel that way. I bet you a lot of people do. So here we go into this psychical thing. Let's see. Nope, that's dependability. We've bounced a lot. We haven't gotten anywhere, but we have gotten somewhere because we're existing in time together, and now we're moving together. Events that cannot be explained by science. Oh, is this just... There's a feeling, right? So this is how I see psychical right now. Psychical is... It comes from the same place as the neurodivergency. It comes from the same place as autism. It comes from the same place as PTSD. It comes from the same place as manic depressive, and comes from the same place as split personality, and comes from... Yeah. You're starting to get the picture, right?
Yeah.
Oops. Alt tab. Oh. Okay. So he meant physical. Well, all of that still applies, that people who think that they see ghosts have to know more truth. So you wanted your mother to love you more on a physical level, which means nothing weird, right? It's like the hugging was important to you, that physical connection with a woman was important to you. It's hard for me to understand and hard for me to like say in words because this is the first time I've ever had to do this.
What is your definition of physical too? Because like I know a lot of people who would say if my mom was there, that's like she's physically being there, so there's a physical connection, you know.
Oh, I think I can assume that it would be deep, but if I'm wrong, let me know. That's a physical connection is when you touch.
Yeah.
That's the most physical you can be. I think as a female, I regret not meeting you, husband, the day I was born, you know? And if I'm in the perfect world, arranged marriages would be seen as a better thing, you know? But back to mother stuff. As a woman who was trying to find the boy man who would love me, I got into a lot of unfortunate, negative situations. People who maybe thought they loved me but didn't, or I guess that no, well, I can't just, it's my life, it's now or never. I think because my father was so wish-washy and my mother was never there because she worked and she was a person who could have potentially protected me, that I had to turn dark a little bit to protect myself from the lack of father or mother that I have had. And I remember having a picture of my mother holding me, giving me physical, and it was like crinkled, like I constantly putting it under my pillow. So I think that there was a desire for physical connection way back when I was a child, and at some point got all kind of weird. But I do relate then to wanting to feel, I'm trying to think about it. Maybe if I hear your understanding of it or your desire for it, I could feel it more. Uh
Tom feel it more?
Tom feel it more. Yeah, didn't breastfeed me and I'm big mad. Oh wow, doesn't that sound 1984? Is big mad how you feel, or is there a word that expresses your hurt about it? Because big mad just implies that that's a lot of angry, but that anger has a source, right?
Yeah.
And it's the hurt because it's something that you wanted that you feel like you lack.
Trying to find the word to talk about why the fly was bothersome yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Like that took a lot of work. I don't think I had a word for. I didn't think about saying this fly is making me big mad, or I have big mad from this fly.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of words to define the shape of what the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
especially talking about angry. I'm finding out all the time.
Mm-hmm. And I would think that big, angry is the easiest because the it's the furthest away from the hurt without putting too much fluff on the angry words.
There's pain in defining your hurt. You got to look at it. You got to feel the feelings,
Mm-hmm.
see the things.
Yeah.
So I know I avoid that a lot.
Oh yeah.
I avoid that a
I
lot.
think when you said the other day like that, there's like that empty space that every time feeling needs to be what drives you because feelings is what drives everyone. That you just have to get in touch with them and know them well. It's I don't know what to do about that. What happens when is there a hurt that is stopping you that is past me or like before me, or is it a lack of desire for me? What is it that I don't know? But also, do other people, because they have that past hurt, they just don't know how to, they weren't taught how to not feel that hurt, the opposite of hurt? How to feel when you're not hurting, because hurting feels so much more than not hurt?
Yeah, I can't say I spent a lot of time as a kid learning the words and finding the shape of what is
Oh my
good.
goodness, husband, you had such a cold fucking. You don't have a desire for your mother because she didn't leave, but you wish she fucking did. But then you would probably feel like how THC feels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they were there bothering you, you didn't have their hugging, but you didn't want it because there wasn't anything to miss.
No. There was only things to be avoided.
Uh I think men need to be unemotional and just ignore those feelings. Dwelling on them is what tortures me. Husband, would you like to say something?
I know that ignoring those feelings has severely fucked up my relationship with my wife. I ignored a lot of things, and because I ignored them, I lost information that took me away from my wife.
That's me.
And that hurts more than that other hurt.
Does it?
Yeah. And I hate it.
But you
That
have to
there's
love it to love me. Cuz I had no idea that the hurt from not being the best with me hurts more, Tom hurts more than the hurt of your childhood. But it makes sense because it's like the refracting. It's the two pictures. Everything is a bidipole.
and it's hard, but I want that hurt to go away more than I want to hold on to that hurt.
But you have to walk through that hurt, right? You can't
Yeah.
just ignore it.
No. No.
It's like ignoring a fire. You know that meme where it's like this is fine. That's every dude who is unemotional.
That's and we had that this talk about signals, and you lose half of the equation. Your feelings are your mental and sometimes physical sensory inputs. You can't ignore them. You ignore them, you lose half the information. How do you know you like something if you ignore your fucking feelings? How do you know you don't like something?
They go hand in hand. It's not separate. You can't separate yourself between...
You can't separate your thoughts. You feel gross when you think about little kids or puppies being fucked to death. Like, you can't ignore your feelings. You
can't ignore what you don't like. You don't like that your mother did that to you, but she did. And it means something, and there's information there that can be learned from to, you know what? Be with someone else. And get to redo all that stuff. Having a girlfriend is like a second chance. Or having a wife,
Yeah, I got to try to do things with you, wife, that I wanted my family to do. I wanted us to have these things and have just be cool and
explore your freedom.
Yeah. Instead of yelling and screaming and talking shit all the time.
It's always a war. It's always a war.
Yeah. I don't want a war. Everybody else is warring with me. Can we just... We're home. I don't want a war. I don't want to fight. Being
unemotional brings upon that war, because that's a war that you have to fight. And if you just let it sit there, it's always going to be a war rushing over you. But we can get past that.
And if you're going to ignore your feelings, you got no fucking guarantee that you're not going to ignore your wife's feelings. Which I was doing. I ignored my feelings, and I didn't have the perspective of, oh shit, how does my wife feel?
And how do we know each other's feelings? With words.
Yeah.
It's all, I mean, except, there's the body stuff, but you don't get to know all the things. I can tell you what makes me sad instead of just walking away. Yeah. Because we have language.
Which we don't do. And when we talk about our hurt is better than when we act out.
Everything is about men and women, and breaking it down between men and women. If you're a boy, if I'm a girl, feeling out all that hurt and going towards love. It's not just like the life that people think we are meant to live is the thing that they say all the time. It's just all that anger, all that manimal instinct to cause a war. Because being vulnerable means that you're emotional. And being vulnerable also means that you have a better understanding of your emotion. But it's also a bigger target for everybody else. For everything. Being emotional is having no armor in war. But this is a war in our minds. It's not a war on the outside. It turns into that. But we're in the future now. All of that understanding from all those centuries ago has ended up here, right now, at the moment. The ancient civilizations didn't have the information that we do now. They may have been smarter then, because they didn't have what stops us from understanding things. But we have the potential to be smarter. We just have to unravel all the fucking bullshit, all the fucking hurt. All the things that make life war instead of make life love. Why can't it be fun? Because we die one day? Yeah, that's what the fucking people always say to us. To give the life that we have, no matter how long it is, value.
They don't know any other way because they haven't tried to find it.
Mm-hmm. When I get married, I don't plan on loving her, just doing what is necessary. Okay, so how do you feel now that we've said the things we have? Is there some hope to loving? Because children come from a man and a woman, and they learn about love. If it's the most important thing, THC said that it's the most important thing to raise children well, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
Those children, are you going to teach your daughter that she shouldn't be loved?
Because that's what her thing is going to be. She's going to be in a relationship where her partner doesn't love her, just does what is necessary. That does not seem like a good positive way to move to the future. That does not seem like a good thing to teach a kid.
You can love because you said your opinion is that you should be unemotional. You can't help but be emotional.
Yeah.
It will ruin your life.
You get hurt all the time. Stub your toe. Don't be emotional. Impossible.
I would say that when people say sociopath, it's meant to diagnose the person and not understand the surrounding circumstances. So you got something that keeps messing with you. Your environment, you keep getting sick. Is it your fault? Or does something need to change around you? The force of emotion is what everyone tries to control. That's how army works. Get mad at this thing. That's how everything. Get mad at this thing and not this thing. Love this thing and hate this thing. Or it's the easiest just to show a hate and then fucking whatever. And that's where we are now, where everybody hates everything. Sociopaths don't exist. Everyone was a hurt child. If you hurt as a child, if you feel like there's something from your mother that you lacked, the physical connection, there's no way that you can be what people define as a sociopath. Would you agree?
Yeah.
If name any girl that you've had a crush on, even just, browsing the internet, like, hey, she looks pretty good. She would feel better if you loved her. She desires that love.
And I know when you feel better that you want, the more of that happens, the more you want me to feel better.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah.
We're a conduit for just that. Men hate us. You gotta love us. You're strong enough. This could be a strength test. Should a man ever prevent himself from becoming stronger? Then sociopaths don't exist. Everyone has the mental capacity to go from manimal to man. We're stuck in this rut because there's so much shit we gotta untangle, so much madness.
It is fucking madness. Every day it fucking hurts. The struggle with it.
I want my daughter to be with a smart and strong man who can provide for her. But I don't care if he loves her. Where does the motivation come from? The emotion. Doesn't it? Yeah. Your little girl is going to have emotions whether you like it or not, and no man will tolerate that in this world that you're creating without love. Women liked me more when I was emotionally disconnected. Please believe me when I say it, and I say it with all the fucking love that I can muster for everyone in my heart, that everyone is stupid right now. I define stupid because it may just be a feeling for me. I define stupid as the potential to be smart, but not taking it. Emotions are as real as the planes, trains, and automobiles. It is a thing in everyone's life to be understood. And to reject it is to lose the final piece that'll bring everything together. Move us up to not just being disconnected and having children that always feel bad. there's got to be a trail of love. There's got to be a connection. If a woman isn't loved by her husband, does that mean that her love will be just as strong for her children? Absolutely not. Love flows through all of it. And it's just the bad things in life that are the evil. The stupid and evil. The evil that wants us to be stupid. The evil that can't help us but want to be stupid because they are stupid themselves. Every president, every politic, every religion.
I don't want to love hockey more than you. I don't want to love fishing more than you.
And they know.
What?
They know how to grab your fucking love and say, you want to watch hockey and have a beer with Bud Light. And they advertise. The biggest company is advertising because it's the biggest thing that we're missing from ourselves. The thing that tells us what we want and what we need. And there's a way to connect it all.
I prefer you to be my best friend.
Why
not?
not?
A bunch of guys.
What is better about having a male friend? That's gay. If you want to have a man by your side more than a woman, you're gay. Andrew Tate, 2024. You're welcome for being less gay than you are, faggot. The only way I forgive my mom is she sat on my face. Wait. Are you being like gross ironically? Or I don't understand. Probably a joke, right?
Probably.
I mean, it's showing like the emotional disconnect, obviously, whether it's a joke or not, whatever the circumstances may be, there's a disconnect with the relationships of women. You can't have the source of what a woman should be to you if you don't have a mother.
Yeah.
That's why we fought a lot, because you were always told how you should treat women. Instead of having a mother that you want to treat that way, you then held it against me and treated me, and then I become the victim of abuse. Men are stronger than women. Whatever women convince you, know that they're just as stupid right now as everybody else. Follow me as best you can, and I will try to follow you as best as you allow. I'm not getting dragged to the gates of hell for this shit, you know? What do you mean by love? Let's see, husband. Love is when you make the choice to love. If I don't make the choice to love, I will hate. Everything hurts. Everything sucks. I should get mine, etc., etc. This is welcome to the real world type shit.
It's wanting the best.
Wanting to learn about your emotions, even as a scientist. If you forget about love, what about love? Don't you want someone to care about you? You at one point, to stick to it scientifically even, that you know you were a child that felt something even if you don't feel it now, and other children are just like that. Other children, if you pinch them, they will hurt. If you neglect them, they will hurt.
If you there are these hurts that if you put yourself in those perspectives, you would want to feel good things. Why would you not want another person to feel those good things? Especially the ones that make up your family.
I think love is a business transaction, and in business, someone has to get more than the other. And I want it to be me. Okay, so what is a business transaction? A business transaction is a relationship between two humans that claim to understand each other, where one, there's a reason for it, either because they can benefit from each other. We could probably make a Descartes chart for this. Either both benefit, one benefits, no benefits, or the other benefits. There we go. Another booing model. Booing. Boolean. So, love is very much like a business transaction in that we do it because we're human. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Love, we have to make the decision to be with someone because of survival and because of thrival. There doesn't have to be any real love there, but there doesn't have to be a try. There's all these different reasons to be with someone.
If I'm not feeling good, I want you to care for me. You don't gotta, take care of me.
Yeah, but okay, I understand that that's what you want, but with the idea of business transaction, there's a difference between the survival part and the desire for someone that you're with, or the desire to feel some way or to benefit from someone. There are contractual agreements when it comes to like the rich and the famous, that they got their names to upheld, or they gotta, there's so many factors.
Yeah.
However, in nature, those exist in the most fundamental of ways. That the strong gets to be the one that fucks. And if you're a monkey, you're the one who has the most bananas, or who has the... I don't know how they work. Maybe they work a little bit, but it's all just a non-verbal hierarchy. The desire to be loved when you're an animal disappears into survival. Does she have to go out or something?
I'm thinking she might.
Okay.
She keeps whining. I'll be right back, wife.
Okay. I'll try to talk without you here, which is really hard. Life. Nobody understands it. Animals don't like to be hurt, but the nature of survival dictates that they will be hurt because of territory issues, because that they're food. But there's still the innocence of baby that can't participate in that as much. So there's a measurement of the innocence of babies and their need to be loved. In nature, it dictates, right? That if you're a monkey, the main monkey man doesn't really... all he needs is his mom to carry him around. He doesn't need the father. For birds, they're going back and forth into those bird fucking houses or into those nests, getting food. They need both of those, the mother and the father, to survive. With bears and goats, I believe, caribou, things like that, the men, everybody's kind of solitary. The men do the banging during the season, and then leave the mama with the babies. For reptiles like turtles, some fish, they just drop the shit off. And both the mother and the father end up going away. We're humans, right? We make decisions. Anything that exists in nature, we don't have to be defined by a nature that prevents us from loving or prevents us from staying together. We make those decisions. So now there's people in the past who sell their daughters, there's kings, there's people who have their houses and they trade children, kind of like the fucking monkeys, kind of like how a lot of the males end up going and creating their own like celibacy clubs if they don't find a different tribe to hang out with. What I would like to say in short, because I could go on for fucking ever about this, is that the way of human is self-deterministic, that is only limited by what nature gives us and what we don't think about and practice. I would not survive in the world that you speak of. If I wouldn't survive in a world where the man doesn't love his woman, I feel like there's a problem. Just like you survived not as good, or you survived worse than others because your mother wasn't there to give you love, and now you have no measurement. However, that's a personal experience. And those personal experiences influence. I believe this, I believe that. Truth is there's a difference between opinion and truth. The truth is something that everyone can agree with. It sounds impossible, but we all agree to that the sun goes up and down. We may measure different things, but we can all look at it and say a name and say, I recognize this. Or just even just two people who can't talk pointing at the sun. We both recognize something. So there's something very important to the connection between two people. And the more truth that we can agree with together, the more truth we can understand. Everybody, you can't even, the world is flat, because things don't, we don't need proof to just say it's not what you think. It's something else. You can't say it's not that thing. That's where everybody is right now, and he needs to stop. We can see the problems that we're contributing to. We can see the problems that other people are contributing to. We can see all the chaos that nobody can agree on anything. And we can all see what people want, what people need. Children fucking cry. They become criminals. They become terrorists. They become fucking confused, fucking jobless, when they don't have that structure of love in their life.
System that would have to exist to solve the hurt that you experienced cannot exist without love. If your mom loved you, she would have stuck around.
Are you just talking to me? Because I doubt you're picking up on the microphone. Sorry.
guys. I'm talking it out.
Okay.
If there would have to be a system that exists where there's parental love for the hurt of parenting stuff to not exist.
I'm confused.
Okay.
Sorry.
For example, my dad beat the shit out of me. Your dad beat the shit out of you. Obviously, in those situations, our dads did not love us.
And my mom beat the shit out of me as well, but she got weak real fast. Just saying, is another example of, I think that was my father's fault because no, maybe she got beat by her dad, but he was cool as hell when he was a grandpa. Anyway, sorry. Are you saying that that we have to have a system by which we do business and things of that nature that is conducive to love?
Yeah.
I agree. Right now we don't. It's motivated by money and not love.
My business proposal is that I love you, wife.
And my business proposal is I need these things and this is how I want to be loved, and I'm going to prove to you that I do my best to want within reason, and every time we come together with a disagreement that we can come to an agreement at some point. Because it's possible, because we're humans.
I have autism.
Good to know. Under control of men. Would you ever do a collaboration where we could talk about this stuff? I am hoping that somebody, and hopefully you would want to do this. We have a ninja room?
Yeah, we got a...
We wanted to, like, have people be able to come into a room and talk so that,
It's not a wall of text, it's...
Yeah, well, it's not that space and time, It's quicker to talk to someone. The lag is less.
Yeah.
So what is it? A ninja room?
We use the Video Ninja.
Video Ninja. Is that something you've heard of? The reason that we use Video Ninja is because we don't have to get any accounts. We don't have to 3-factor authenticate. We don't have to do a Discord. We don't have to download anything. It's all just in this neat little pocket.
Yeah, my computer talks to your computer and nobody else.
Yeah, bada bing, bada boom. Does that sound like something you would be into? Business is to women is what I can provide, like a house and family and safety. I've never heard of it, but I could try. Is it just Vid Ninja? Can you tell him what it is in case he wants to download it, and then we can... Do you have a Twitter's or email? I think our email is in our descriptor thingy, in case people don't like those programs. If you want, we could email you a thing and talk about days and times because we do this relatively often. And then it would be easier to communicate stuff.
This is can you click the chatter deal?
Okay. It's clicked. There's not even a .com. It's just video.ninja. They don't need that stuff anymore, right?
Yeah. You can be anything you want.
Business proposal to women is what I can provide. And what I get is family, but also her body completely and unquestionably. That sounds a little dangerous. So let's pretend that I'm your dream girl, right? That I don't know, I guess that means no talking back, right? That's just agreeing with...
I need pushback. I need advice. don't always know the right thing to do. I want your opinion. I want your opinion on what to have for fucking dinner sometimes, because I don't know.
And sometimes I don't.
Please make a fucking decision for me. Oh, pizza? Okay, I like pizza. I'm gonna go make pizza.
Sometimes I'm sad and I don't want to give my body.
Yeah.
That sounds very Game of Thronesy to me. You know, like I'm just a man. Kiss my pee-pee.
I love the
sex is so much better when the woman wants it. When the woman, you know.
Yeah. And I enjoy the hunt of getting you in that mood where you want it.
Husband. Hold on. So what if my business proposal is that I want you to learn to love me the way I want to be loved so that we can work better together? That I have something to offer that you've never known before. And I can make you feel like a fucking rock star if you make me feel like a queen. And I define what makes me feel like a queen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That sounds most agreeable, wife.
Well, I'm a woman, right? So you're disagreeing with me about what women want when I'm telling you something contrary. There's a problem here because I can let you know something that you don't know. You don't know about women because you're not a woman. But I have secrets. I have things you don't know about. I could fucking...
I have discovered that you know things about parts of my brain and part of myself that I had not discovered yet. We were talking the other day. You have a vision of the real estate of my mind that
you can agree with, right? I didn't manipulate you into believing that.
It's there, and it makes me weak by not knowing it because I can't defend now.
A lot of places I would mention, and you said, holy shit, I haven't known about this place since I was in college.
Yeah. You make me smarter.
There are things... This is the next evolution of human we're talking about right now. And it's hard to, you know, when I disagree.
What's best? What's best? Like, how do you move the best into the future? Is wanting subservience or wanting...
No, husband, because what men think is just exactly where they are right now. What I'm offering you is as good as it's gonna get. And I define, it's like Mormons, where they get in their mind, they think when they die, they get their own planet to rule over all their sister wives. And that's not the case.
Each family gets their own planet?
Yeah, some shit like that.
That's a lot of planets.
Yeah, but there's probably enough for the amount of Mormons that's been around so far. But also, yeah, good luck living in fucking blue lava, idiot.
Oh, man, why'd I get the fucking lava planet?
There's a lot to learn about women right now. Because what women are in their current state is sad and confused. And I'm sad, but I'm not confused. There is something that I understand about who man is as a person who exists with me. It's not, oh, I get to take you over and get to decide whatever we do. It's man should be in charge because I need that love and protection and that structure and that power over me. However, I am still a self. I'm not a fucking animal that you'll bang whenever you want. I'm not someone who you're just gonna give whatever you think they deserve. I'm gonna do some measurements too, and guess what? I measured you look like a bitch because you're not the top CEO of something. I measured that you're a bitch because even if you are, you're still in a club that fucking tells you what to do. You're a bitch because there's always someone who tells you what to do, and you have no fucking sense of self. And that's every dude right now. My power is what I define it as. I will be influenced by whoever, whatever, and I ain't down with that because it's not the fucking truth. I know the truth because you fucking take everything else away from me. You own, that's all your fucking real estate. And everything that I am naturally you take away from me. Sure, I'll go let men do whatever they fucking want while I have to protect fucking children and they're taking things away, they're burning shit. I have to be worried about everything. Fuck you, fuck every dude that has ever existed. It is time to listen to the only sensible woman in the world right now. If men listen to the most sensible woman in the world right now, I will get women to listen to me. I can't have the power over anyone. I'm just a woman. However, you should want what I have to offer. I have fucking absolute truth. You have the opportunity to grow more and to be in power more and to not hurt as much. To have an easier fucking life, a better fucking life. All your dumbass war will stop and you'll have to feel guilty and stupid for playing all those wars because it will be the only thing that keeps you on alert of who you are, a conqueror. Always, always, always. I don't want to be women are the line of conquering. And if there's a woman who doesn't want to be conquered, who understands this best way, the truth is subjective, everybody, the truth, blah, blah, blah. Listen, we have to decide to measure our minds like we measure our houses and our dicks and our pool tables and our fucking baseball field. Because there are things that are real that exist there, and there are things that we have to decide because there is a... Hi, you don't know me, but I know you. Each and every one of us exists in two fucking worlds at the same time. In one, we all share it, and in the other, we don't fucking share with anyone. We're all fucking alone. And we have to see this as a science and see that this science is everything we're fucking missing in the world. It's the wisdom, it's the love, it's the fucking no more abuse for the children who just want to fucking hug their mothers.
Life, love, and truth.
Life, love, and fucking truth. Militantly. Which is not shooting anybody. I make the fucking rules about words because men have been making the fucking rules all the time. Okay, so militant.
More peaceful than the Salvation Army.
Yeah. I ain't fucking charging an arm and a leg for a stained fucking shirt. Tirade. Listen, Hitler is number 4 on the Agathocracy.
Oh, God.
Some women would only go out with me if I was demanding and emotionally neglectful.
They're not the one.
There's a new way to read the room with the most reason. Right now, where the reason isn't in how people understand things, there is a completely different view to take. It doesn't matter what things are going on now. You have to make it better.
So, do you want to be with a woman who only wants you being bleh? Or do you want to be with a woman who wants more for you?
He doesn't know the difference, I would say. He doesn't know that there's a potential, that I am offering a potential. No, so he wants to emotionally detach himself. He said, I don't think emotions are a good idea. We have to make you, I want to make you a fucking believer of emotional availability. That men should be so tough that they could exercise their brain muscles by letting themselves get hurt trying to love women. But maybe they need a rule book. They need to know so that they want to stop at you. Tell me exactly what to do. This is what a woman wants. This is what I want. And I bet you fucking if women knew what to want, this is what they're searching for. Perfect fucking balance between everything that I want, but not messing with objective reality. It turns out we reflect objective reality. If I want a beautiful fucking earth, I get a beautiful fucking earth. You know what I mean? And it starts where does it start at? What's a beautiful fucking earth? One that looks more like itself than what men fucking did to it. What men keep fucking blaming little boys and women for fucking doing. Oh, you smoke plastic straws. Oh, you... Let's fucking blame the consumer who's just trying to survive because there are literally no choices. If I had the choice, none of my shit would come in fucking plastic. But you don't have a conducive environment from that, you fucking retards. There is a perfection that women could use their emotional energy to make come. That's your cum. That's fucking life cum. There's a way that I think...
I know I've wanted more from myself being with you. I found more value in myself since I've been with you.
But
You've
also,
pushed for it.
I have had to force you to stop measuring yourself by other men. That you are fucking mine now, not theirs. I'm not gonna let you wear a fucking janitor's suit. I don't want you to be fucking belittled or been used as a fucking patsy. The world that your people, the men, the manimals created is one of combat. The world I want and what every woman wants is without combat. Sure, we combat you because you won't fucking listen. And things have gone fucking crazy and women are scared. The angriest people are the most hurt people. You see fucking Vladimir Putin it all down the fucking red carpet. Show, rah, 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 I'm fucking angry. No, he shows it with bombs. That's what you do. That's what manimals do. What we do is, la, 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 la. What animals do when you back them into a corner and they're trying to fucking fight for their life. La, 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 la. Y'all dumb niggas got it backwards. And you're just using more and more violence and trying to say where women exist. And I'm telling you, fuck that shit. I don't like what you're offering. And no woman, when they're in that situation, will like it. You know why that Me Too shit exists? Because women don't know what they want when they get into a situation. But every man wants to say that they know what they want when they get into a situation, so women must know. No, you fucking don't. You just fucking... men will be the quickest to pull their pants down and spread their butt cheeks for $2. Because they want it. Women... I think we feel bad about it afterwards, and you don't. It'll kill us inside. Well, it'll kill you too, but you don't realize it until it's too late, when you already got butt fucked. And listen, men have the power to love women, so why not fucking do it? It is a thing that exists. Just experiment. Be a fucking scientist. Experiment with love.
What's the downside of loving someone?
Getting hurt. Of course. The downside of loving someone is getting hurt. But guess what? You need love when you're a baby. So if you fucking lose that love in the beginning, you gotta get it back with the humanity of the understanding of the science of good. I would say, insofar as the shortest. Would you like some of this?
Yes, please. You think this is something I'd like you to keep in mind? It's slightly off subject.
Okay.
But
Sorry, I'll answer what you said in a second.
I would like for you to, when you get the opportunity, to write agathoptics in a way you find visually interesting.
To write it in a way?
Yeah, like a calligraphy thing, because I think that's.
You want me to find.
No, fine, I want you to write it.
You want me to struggle making my words fancy?
Yeah, because I want to animate it. I want to have agathoptics as.
I've never done calligraphy in my life. I try to practice with, but I've never stuck with something to make it part of me. I would hire someone before doing it myself. I mean, you want me to still do some sloppy ass sloppy ass job?
That's all right. That's all right. I thought.
It sounds like you want men to feel the emotions women do, which can't happen. That's not. But men have their own emotions. It's simply just connecting our emotions. And if a man can feel sad that his mother wasn't there, I can relate to that. I can make me feel, and then you'll be doing what you say I do to you, you know?
We share a lot of the same ones. We may have some different ones, but what are the similarities?
Yeah, and
I hurt, you hurt.
It's not like feel like a woman. It's feel like a man. Be a man that's sad or upset about something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm trying to...
I'm not going to wail about it.
Yeah, I want you to feel it. I don't need to see that you feel it. Different. I know that it's contrary between us because you always push in the other direction. You were always like, I hate you before, and then you feel nothing afterwards. So yeah, if you say you love me now and we're not done fighting, can you express in words? Can you show me? And you didn't. Just empty. And that sucks. There's a lot of empty space in dudes, and it's gonna take a long time to heal. What I'm noticing is that there's a very specific process that has to happen. Men don't understand maybe how to know their feelings as they were children. There's a lot of layers of manliness between those things. So really what a woman feels is just what every child feels, because when we're younger, there's not much of a difference. There's less of a difference between boys and girls than men and women. What can women get from men? Video. Oh, would you like... Are we set up to... do like a talking thing?
No, we're not set up yet.
Oh, not... Would it take like hours? Because we do have to like...
No, but...
appease that maybe someone else will come listen or something. Or many people.
It might take 10-15 minutes.
Okay. I could probably still talk and look in the meanwhile, right? Are you... Let me make sure. Are you still... Is this something that you would like to do now or later? I lost my childhood innocence before I was 5. So listen, every opinion that you have right now is based on that hurt. So the people that hurt you are transforming you into the thing that they created you. And we don't want them to win, right? We don't want bad people to win. Do you need the keyboard or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, but you're... Let's see. Now if we can. Okay. Setting it up might take a while, so let me know if you don't have time, if we take like 10 minutes to figure all this out. Our hurt as adults are our hurts as children, right? It's like there's a disconnect. Sorry, now I'm distracted, dang it. I can close my eyes what's that guy? Gaius Baltar. He's the one. He's like, I'm talking with the spirits from another place because I'm closing my eyes and sitting weird.
The Battlestar Galactica?
No, the
Gaius fucking
Gaius
Baltar.
freaking Baltar. Who is he? Fucking idiot. Bolton? Michael Bolton? He's that Chinese guy who's like, I don't really know what goes on with me. I'm just like conjuring spirits or whatever. Should I move so you can have my spot?
But I think this kid's gonna have to move.
He's going to the bathroom, so I have time to let you do your thing and not run my mouth so much. I don't know who else is in here. Hi, if it's someone who, isn't just boot bopping around. Ooh, yeah, you have the thing on ready, the splitter.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm trying to think, right? Because I think THC definitely wants to talk about the things and tell his opinion.
Uh-huh.
But there's also the moving on from it to better things.
Okay.
The new thing. And I wonder how I have to balance that to make it the most best. The most perfectest best. Or at least the least worst.
The least worst.
The least worst.
The
least worst. Maybe I should just turn off Photoshop then, if I ain't Photoshopping while I'm talking to somebody. I can't even fucking poop and read at the same time usually. That's just when I'm waiting for the poop to come out. You get me, right, fellas? That makes sense. That's probably something you ain't never thought about before.
You were in the middle of doing something. Say the transformation.
Yeah, sure. Fucking, why not? I gotta learn how to blend stuff. I know I can take those candy stripe things and make it so like it kind of flows into the background with like lighting and stuff. Oh man, I'm never gonna get that good at Photoshop. However, I think my inability to do stuff is highlighted by the amount of things that I do. I have like 500 of them and I have to work too hard. No, they're nice, but they're not like fancy nice, There's probably tricks or something, and I could look it up, but it's like, eh. Easy to write down, too. The control room. What was the name of the room? Because don't we have to tell him too? Or does he just have to do 1, 2, 3?
What? He's going to get this, and then we'll share the password. So I'll put this in the chat.
Okay.
Where's our... We need...
I thought we could do chat with the
This.
freaking blah blah blahs. Maybe he left when he peed because he wanted to go do like play Roblox or something for 10 minutes.
Huh.
However long it takes for dudes to pee, but sometimes you go there and you're like, I have to poop, so I'm giving it time. I'm saying it doesn't take 2 minutes to pee. And I'm not going to rely on you to tell me that it's 2 minutes. I'll just give you your space. Almost, I think because women need and want so much, we have to, we end up controlling a good majority of what men do, and that means controlling the world through you. I want house a certain way. I want my surroundings a certain way. I want my food a certain way.
Yeah.
I want the things that you do to be a certain way so that they don't hurt you or me or children. I definitely learned that there's lack of that the forcefulness in the self to go on the outside translates to just complete disregard for other person, so they feel no respect for another person, you know, that
I think so, yeah.
there's no authority, it's just combating my authority.
Yeah.
Is that the thing that's gonna have voice in the
I believe
headphones?
so, but
I hear you a little bit.
yeah.
Yeah. You sound smooth on the microphone.
Oh, so smooth.
I wish your smooth voice was smoother than your smooth brain. I had to try real hard to do that one. Because I had it come, like I had the idea, but I had to build it as I was talking, you know? And then hold on to the words and. Time does not move how anybody thinks. Remember my decision? Is it gonna ask that every time? Every time?
No,
Every
I
time?
can set it up to not.
Well, if you said don't allow, would it ask you every time you had to do that thing? I don't know enough to really be able to ask the question I want to ask. Would take too much. That's a lot of options.
Is
Display raise hand button. I mean, if there was like 20 people in here, that might. I hate it because I don't ever want to be told that I shouldn't talk because I'm the only one saying something that makes sense. At least the thing that applies to the most people, you know? Instead of like personal opinion, it's like this is what things are. Chill out, stop wasting time. But I guess obviously that's not the way it's gonna work. That was my hope, but I put myself out there to learn what is, right?
right.
And now we're gonna talk to our new friend, THC. philosophy of jokes. I think Joe Jogan needs to hear what I have to say about jokes. Look at that. Choose.
This is fine.
It was nice to get a drink break. Ew, what is that avatar thing? Just like one of them reboot character kind of like, does it talk?
I'm not sure.
Uh and maybe it's just an image. Can we just no image? I guess to have the box or whatever. Do we have plenty of pictures. I don't know how big the thing's gonna be. Just take up the whole fucking page.
Can you say something there? What? Oh, let's see here.
Did you say something instead?
Yeah, I was trying to test where I want the audio to go.
I should have taken this opportunity to pee.
Uh,
Maybe I should anyway.
it's life, love, truth, all one word.
Does that mean that somebody else wants to come as well? Are you friend or foe? Ooh, that's what we should do. Hey, are you friend or foe? And now you gotta prove it, right?
Right.
There'll be a different science. Oh, but it doesn't matter because is there room for? Because still, this is primarily about THC because he wanted to.
Yeah.
And also, if did you say that you were going to live stream as well? Because if that's the case, we should discuss if you want other people there as well. Because now it'll be,
Oh, I may have fucked up the thing, so I may have to.
redo it.
Yeah.
What did you do? I thought you knew computers.
Uh. Yeah. All right. So that one's not gonna work.
Okay, well, while you do that, I'm gonna. You've got the chair, number one. Is that what he would say? You've got the chair. Hellos everywhere. I like that we live stream in comfort. Watch those other people. They get dressed, put on fucking makeup, drive their car to a studio. Ugh. Get with the program.
I'm in the room. What do I do?
Hold on a sec, because I can hear you.
Oh, they can hear me.
I'm just not seeing them.
Oh, okay.
If you like to talk to tomatoes, if a squash can make you smile. Veggie Negro does whatever a veggie Negro does. Can he swing from a web? No, he can't. He's a veggie Negro. Oh my god, it's funny. I hear myself on there. Of course you do. Oh, I'm a retard. I am the Eggman. Cuckoo, choo. One for the people.
No, not quite ready yet. We're still working on it. Can you hear me? Okay. Hold on. No. Not as far as I know. There. Yeah, sorry. My white's. I'm not quite sure why the audio source isn't going directly to to your headphones or whatever you're listening to.
Maybe it is now. Oh, maybe it's them. Could it be? Because they're not listening to the ninja site? For some reason it's not. I don't know. Why are you looking at me?
There's
Oh.
hearing you and then hearing it.
So then take off the damn or mute it for a second.
Sorry, ask your question again, wife.
Could it be that it's not on our end?
It is possible.
Mm-hmm.
So, we can hear him. So, we're live. If you want to talk, we'll work this out as fuck it. We're doing it live.
Okay, works for me. And we're talking, I think. How many seconds is it before I'm heard so that I know? Ooh.
Yeah, that's fine. The delay is about a second, so.
Oh, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Still audio to audio, right? We're not.
right.
Okay. You handle the technical things, and I'll yada yada. Ooh, should we say over? Because that's what they do in the military, right? Because they have that lag, so that they know there's always potential lag. Over. How many people are here? Hi.
It is really. It's weird. There has to be something. Is there something I need to press to hear this?
So what's your setup? Where's the audio for you coming from?
What is this? Mute the speaker.
I'm just on my phone. I don't. Do you need headphones to use this website or something?
No.
What does this button do? There's on the bottom. There's a bunch of things.
Yeah, mute the speakers.
Oh, mute the speakers.
No, that's one of the options, there, wife. That's...
Oh, it was muted. I thought. Okay, no. I'm just not gonna participate.
No, and you don't. To answer your question, no, you don't need speakers. Or headphones. I'm just curious what that device is, so I can diagnose why the browser source isn't going directly to where you're listening to.
Maybe because maybe the YouTube thing needs to be muted. Is that possible that it auto detects multiple things being listened to on multiple tabs?
No, it should kind of play all at once and be a little overwhelming. So, but we're gonna have to sort this out for future.
Yeah, we could do a military style and just not worry about it. I mean, for the least amount of chaos, or we could just fucking do what we do. How many seconds though? Is it like an 8-second? You said
no. It's single, baby. Did you not hear him earlier speaking?
No. Do what we do. I must have blacked out. I'm incredibly drunk, as you know.
It's almost real time.
We could do it this way, but I wanted to get my friend on here, and I have to do this on 2 different phones at the same time.
Holy crap. So what's the best solution to it? Because that's, I don't know, that's a lot of chaos. How are we gonna... Should we take turns?
Maybe I'll just leave and come back and see if it'll work.
Okay. Live. Technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Rated R. I blame Bill Gates. So I don't know. I'm just looking around to see what all this stuff is. Share a website. Maybe rooms. Oh, you already looked at room settings. Should we look up a tutorial? That sounds weird. The cat eating.
Yeah.
Audio, video settings. All of this is just echo cancellation stuff. Is it maybe we're not talking because it's hold to key or hold to talk? No,
No, because
it's default not like that. Do we know if it's playing here?
uh
Or did you see it do?
I I thought it was
Okay.
before.
There was something on Xbox Live, like if you were in a room, you couldn't send a voice email or something because it was like an interference. One was preventing the other.
Hmm.
Maybe not. There's like there's a thing in my brain that's like it's got to be. I feel like I'm chasing something, but maybe not. There's also two phones. You have to decide which one. Somebody in this has to be the odd man out. You know what I mean? Because if it's communicating with two phones, then two phones have to be there at the same time. So you're going to get a different reaction from both of them. Wait. Is it because the friend is talking on the phone? I don't understand the issue. How do we solve a problem if we don't know what the issue is?
This is my understanding of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
When he speaks, it comes right to our ears. The audio comes through the program
Mm-hmm.
to our headset.
Mm-hmm.
When we speak, the same thing should happen. It should go right to the browser. So he should be hearing it as it happens. He's not hearing anything out of the program. He's only hearing us through the live stream.
Okay.
Chat.
So what is there another phone here for? Or how does that?
I'm not sure what he's doing with his phone.
Uh, should we? Because we're still doing this.
Yeah.
If let's move in a direction instead of just looking at fucking options for 20 minutes. You know what I mean?
No. What?
We were reading. Should I read while we do this? Is it? Do you even know if he's gonna come back to respond to, like, making it work? Did he write something maybe?
He said he was going to leave and then try to come back.
He didn't. So now what? Should we look at the YouTube page?
Yeah. Oh, it's right here. It's
Life, love, truth?
Yeah, life, love, truth.
All one word?
All one word is the password.
All right. We're making progress. Let's go. Is that what the kids say now? Cowabunga.
Let's get into it.
Fucking, what did people say before? Hmm.
Your
Man,
depression
did I
was
age myself
filmed
by
in
not?
front of a live studio audience.
What did people say as like a meme? I know my father would like always reference things. I remember he would always say like something, ooh, princess. It was on Zelda one time we watched.
Zelda.
Oh, excuse me, princess. Oh, hi. I hear myself. Sorry. How are we doing? Hi.
Well, I guess this is probably the way we're gonna have to do it.
Oh, dang. What do we do about that echo? Because that would probably be an interference as well.
I don't.
I
Are you guys sure your mic's on?
husband or our mic? Yeah.
Yeah, our microphones are on. I can monitor that level.
Oh, and the light keeps going on as we talk.
Yeah. See, and then when you talk, see it here, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can tell from the inputs that
It
are.
gives me the audio output option, and then when I click it, it makes a sound. So I assume that means it's supposed to work.
Audio output? Yeah. I mean, we hear
Yeah.
you through our ears, our earpieces, whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, like my output works, so I don't know what is wrong with the mic.
Oh, what do you? So they're not different? Is that? Can you help me? Because I'm not the technical person.
I'm trying to understand your question. I'm
Oh.
trying to put it together here, wife. What you
Oh,
were.
he said his audio output works, so his input should work.
Okay, so he's on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not.
I just mean my audio output works. Like it, so I should be able to hear you guys, but I don't.
Audio output is you talking to us, isn't it?
His audio output is his speakers to whatever he's using to listen.
Okay. Okay, so then the problem is the input? No. See, this is why I hate this fucking bullshit technology language.
Let's.
Audio output is not microphone input. Okay,
Speakers
I'm following, I think.
Let's just try to proceed.
Yeah, I'm saying that my output works, so I should be able to hear you.
Well, I'm fucking stumped. Is it because we're on stream elements?
No.
No?
No.
Why? Because we can see it on the website that our microphone is going. Damn. Well,
not only can we see it there, but it's also its own separate input here.
Yeah, but that could be talking to the websites.
No. This one is. This one is not. This one is specifically our microphone. So we can.
I know, but is this us talking on a website too? Or is this just us talking on YouTube?
I believe that is. I think it's both. The way it's set up, it is both.
Okay, are you sure?
I am fairly certain.
Okay, so maybe.
I don't know. Let's just try to proceed, and
yeah,
we can work on things.
It's stumping my mind though. Hi, how are you? How many people are here now? Are we waiting for someone, or what does that guy say? So on and so forth. Over. No, you don't have to do that. What's that for? Maybe when I don't know how long it takes though. You said only a second,
Yes, wife.
right? So, are you guys here right now?
Yes, wife.
Right. So, oh,
So, you might maybe could you get? I mean, this probably would work if you guys used a different phone or anything. Like, I think it might just be.
we're on a computer. It's like a whole setup thing.
Yeah, let's just. I know it's a little weird, but let's try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and then we can regroup. But
Mm-hmm.
let's
Well,
just try
then,
this. Let's just.
yeah, just that. Just we'll just talk this way.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and then we can regroup. But so, wife, how would you like to proceed here, baby? You're in the driver's seat.
Okay, I would like to give the driver's seat then to THC. I think that's who I'm talking to. I don't know if the other person is talking or not. Give because you wanted to talk. We were talking, so now you talk.
Yeah, I guess introduce yourself, even if it's just your.
Well, yeah, I'm tentacle hentai content or whatever. My main account is Rabid Waffles, though. My name is Corbin.
Oh, you are the guy who I said something about. And you probably remember, right? So do you want to tell me what that thing was? That's my pronouns. Sorry.
Well, I think yeah, you commented on one of my friend Fugitive Red Eye's videos, and then I saw that, and then I said something to that, and then you went to my channel, started commenting on my videos.
Oh, okay. And how did that make you feel? I imagine that because, see, from my perspective, I always try to reason with everyone. And the problem is that reason is kind of hard to measure. And I did that process of reasoning. It took a certain amount of work that gave me a perspective that I can now see in other people because we can meet in those places. And where I guess you and I and also other person, sorry I forgot your name, uh differ was where the conversation stops, you know? It's like, oh, okay, I love you, miss you, One Piece. I don't know if any of that makes any, because it's hard to express things to people who don't want to know stuff. And I understand that I'm just gonna keep talking, I guess, for a second. Um, things change. I'm autistic because you moved, and now it's hard for me to think about stuff. Um, I don't prevent myself from saying the things that get to the problem that really incites the anger in people, I guess, is the end all be all. I'm done. Sorry.
Well, I wouldn't say I was ever like really angry. I'm actually a pretty like calm person in my life, but mostly it was just coming from a place of not really understanding what you meant by a lot of stuff you say. Like, whenever I do kind of understand, like a lot of stuff you say, I actually do end up agreeing with. But that's what I mean is I feel like if we talk in person, I could understand a little better.
Wow. I'm glad that we're having this conversation then. There is a reaction to what I say that incites, you know what I mean? It's meant to be combative. I don't know if it's because people don't know how to not be combative, there's a lot of like just keep pushing forward type of things instead of falling into a pattern with people. And I think people have a hard time doing that. And what dudes do is to create their own pattern and then have people follow. And that's how I march through life. And apparently, it's what everybody doesn't like. What I mean for the ends to that is asking questions as opposed to just saying, no, it isn't this way, no, it isn't that way. I'm done.
Oh, I just see even there, like I have a bit of a hard time following. But to make it clear, I was maybe some things I've said. I mean, I guess I have been combative in the way I've been talking, sort of. I mostly just kind of troll when I don't understand what you're saying because I feel like you kind of get caught up on a topic or you run with a thought, and sometimes it's hard to link or it's hard to figure out what exactly you're connecting when you're explaining your views.
When we started this live stream thing, it was supposed to be like live stream of consciousness type stuff. And because I wanted to put myself out there and just say my thing, you said something about not understanding because of something and you kind of went over it. I'd like to know what, maybe even like an example, just something that shows me what you don't understand. What I understand about what you don't understand is a a pattern of stuff that is hard to explain. I'm learning it as I'm talking it, you know? Um there's a curiosity, I guess, that is I was hoping existed in people without like the trolling stuff, that as long as I'm not combative but I am challenging, that people would come to me, because the only other way to be the person who has the things to say that I have to say is a little submissive, and I am, like a lady. Okay, I'm over. Or I'm done. Mm.
I just imagine like Carl Jung, he talks sort of about ideas being physical things, and I just think like it's hard for me to understand if the way you're if the sentence you're doing isn't structured in a way that all the those materials are supposed to go together. Like I have to be able to. I'm just saying it's hard to follow, I'm sorry, but like it just sometimes it is hard to follow what you're saying.
So what I understand about
It's also really hard to explain what it is I don't understand about something. I can only really explain what I do understand.
that makes a lot of sense. It was challenging for me to not speak that way, to almost speak to the things that I don't understand rather than speak to the things I understand, because that's where I've seen the truth to be. Um and also from what I understand is that people are influenced by all the things that influence them. What I don't understand is how people, everybody else, could not understand that they do have their own things that they learned from, and the individual who's talking to the other individual, they're not going to understand all of those different things from watching a quick YouTube video or from a comment, So there's things to extract from that will still allow the language below to come through. I Not everybody knows Young, for example. I have we have read quite a bit of Young, and he has opinions and he has things he knows. And those things in and of themselves separate everybody who reads about Jung. Not everybody knows exactly what Jung was saying. Not everybody knows exactly what the people who talk about Jung are saying or what they know to be true. It's a difficult process that I would had expected, but people, I'm of a different generation from you, and my generation lost, so I can't imagine what people in their 20s now can think now that the restrictions and the desire for a leader, you know what I mean, the desire for a route to information,
Okay.
a desire or the need to know basic fundamental truth to then walk into the world and talk to people with. So then, for most of the experiences that I've had, it turns into this is what I know, this is what I know. And it doesn't matter the line of, yes, I understand what you know, but this is wrong because there's always a conflict instead of an understanding. And that's a lot of YouTube. And I'm glad that we had this opportunity to do the opposite thing. I'm done. That was a long time.
Well, yeah, yeah. I understand. Like, you have to actually talk to people to really get in a clear understanding of what they mean, and that's what I was hoping we could do here. But I mean, like, yeah, with even like Carl Jung, like a lot of people have a lot of different interpretations for what Carl Jung meant by a lot of things, and people also like take a lot of his like more metaphorical. I don't know what the word would be, but like it take it a lot more literally than it's meant to be. But uh, I sort of wanted to. I feel like a lot of times when I watch your streams when you're talking about Plato, I uh, I have a hard time understanding how what you're saying connects with what Plato is saying or what Socrates is saying.
The friend needs the password. What was it again? Life, love, truth, all in one
Yeah.
without any
What? Yeah,
spaces.
no
There we
spaces.
go. How do you think I.
Well, that's just me again, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'm such an idiot. Okay. Um, what do you think would be the thing that you would need for the comprehension of what I'm saying, the relation to what I'm saying and what we're reading? How do you think that connection is best made for you?
I wouldn't. It wouldn't be. I don't know. I really wouldn't be able to tell you, but it would be nice if we could talk about, because I'm actually not really well read on Plato. Like I understand like the Socratic method and more like what Socrates was talking about. I don't really understand what Plato means by a lot of things, which I find ironic because I kind of think Socrates is a. I don't really believe Socrates is a real person. I think he was an example in Plato's. I think Plato uses Socrates as an example to get his own points across, and Socrates is actually supposed to be represented as like a bad example a lot of the time.
If Socrates is a good example and Plato is not a good example, but Plato wrote Socrates, then where is the good that's different from the bad of Plato? Does that make sense? I get lost in the names. If Plato,
Well,
that makes sense. I get lost. Maybe
well, I
he was.
understand that like
Dang it, sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, I believe that Socrates, I understand like the Socratic method of like asking yourself a question to get down to like the root of that belief or idea, like,
If
and that
Plato
it's important
wrote Socrates, then Plato
to
wrote
ask
the
ourselves these
Socratic
questions. But
method.
Plato, in the way he like defines reality, I kind of take issue with. I don't really understand the way Plato. Well, yeah, but I think like when it comes to the Greek philosophers, I always like Aristotle more because I feel like Aristotle more clearly defines reality. And I know that our perceptions of reality can be extremely flawed, but I still believe that that objective reality is what we need to find, not this interpersonal, like this inner self is important, but I do think that people get that conflicted with objective reality, and that's why I've always sort of been appealed more to Aristotle.
If Aristotle is the the prodigy of Socrates than Plato, where is the Socratic method in Aristotle, which is more important than understanding the Socratic method of Socrates, right? It should be the same thing in theory. So there's a little confusion because what I understand is that you go to the source first. We were talking about the Socratic method being Plato's if Socrates isn't real. We haven't established yet what what we understand about that, but we moved on to Aristotle. You know what I mean? Like Plato is the one that wrote this. Aristotle is the writer, or is the, sorry, Aristotle is the one who came from Plato's college. So we have steps and generations. If we focus on the confusion between Plato and Socrates, because if the Socratic method is a good thing, why would Socrates be the bad character? I think what would be best for you and best for both of us is if we try to understand, because we're going to keep reading Plato, you know, like we're not going to go off to Aristotle. So where we are right now as a relationship to each other is you were listening to us reading Plato. Um there is also a thing with Socrates is the example of bad or whatever. They don't get to conclusions very often. Am I right?
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't cause those problems, but I can't see where he's the bad guy. If you have maybe we should start. There's a lot of chaos. Maybe we should start at where you want to start at, where you want to pick apart this mystery ride of history.
Well, the problem, I mean, like you even, I think that is the really the problem with Socrates and Plato is that they don't come to like a very definite answer. They sort of teach you how to think and then just kind of leave it there. And I mean, that is kind of how it is to think. You never really, a lot of times you just wind up asking yourself more and more questions. But uh, that's why I like Aristotle more, is because it comes down to more real answers. And there's not as, I just don't think that, I think that Plato and Socrates cause people a lot of confusion that doesn't really help them in their lives, really. And that's the problem with a lot of philosophy, is that it sort of just leads people to uh, maybe not nihilism is the right word, because, but like I feel like that a lot of philosophies have the same outcome of confusion or doubt of life and meaning, and uh, and there needs to be more structured philosophies that focus on objective reality and how to use that self that can be discovered through philosophy like that and how to utilize that in the actual world.
I definitely agree with you about philosophy. I don't. It's a dangerous thing because college is bad. We have to acknowledge that what philosophy became is different than what it was during Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle times. A lot of semantics, I would say the best thing to do is just brush those off for a while, because what Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle have to offer is a generational look into a time where these people were expressing themselves and trying to understand language rather than trying to pass on something that they knew us youngsters in the future would need. We're watching history happen. So if we look at it in the perspective of history happening, because we do have so much time, we have so much. Alexander supposedly took Greece or whatever. There's a big time in history where there was a huge freaking flip. And I would like to also, to end my little section, I have a book that explains, no, that is a, sorry, got distracted. There's a book that has Plato's words in it, because we're all just reading words, right? And there's so many words, we've got to set a baseline, and then maybe what's the I'm doing action, but I'm not on video camera, so
you're miming.
I'm miming. We have to establish a baseline and then check it, because we can check if Socrates was a person. We can check what Plato thought and what he did and his intentions. We can understand that Aristotle was let's see, because there's a lot. There's a history that we can watch, that I know that there's a history that not everybody knows. I don't know who's there, listening to live streams when or whatever, but there's a history that we can draw out with these three generations, and then there's the words of Plato, and we're doing the bet. Oh, sorry, you say something, husband.
No, go ahead. I'm still forming my thoughts. So.
Oh, you did like the Shakespeare thing. I'll just end now and see if you have anything to say about whatever I said.
I was just kind of thinking, Plato, Socrates, they leave you with questions. They don't give you the answer.
Oh, I was going to say that's the most important thing. I believe if you think that people before were smarter, I would like to be the proof that that's not the case. Because we can watch these generational things, and now we can get to the present and relate 2,500 years of mistakes to understand what Plato said. Maybe at times what people write about what Plato said, what Socrates said, there wasn't enough information to draw from of the real world, watching people make mistakes, listening to parts of give me an example, and I'm sure at Temperance, where we look at people being intemperate, we watch them ask the questions, and now we can get closer to that truth. We don't have to end Temperance with, well, we don't know, ha ha ha, let's walk away. There's an answer, and there's a way to know the answer. And it takes stripping away the thing that makes people angry and makes people want to just say what they know, because that's the language that they have. It's offensive. There has to be like this defense thing that happens. I don't know. I talk too much. Probably.
I think there's a discovering of, like, with Socrates and Plato, you walk along with the reasoning. And even though you are left with questions, you can still follow the reasoning and you come to the own conclusion.
That's what we did, though, husband. That's what we did. Maybe 200 years our junior, that what he experiences is being manipulated by the people around him. So he has less of that. He wouldn't have the questions if he knew.
I also see something in what he's looking for that I also look for. Is I'm looking for the answers. Mm-hmm. Someone has the answers, and that's why I'm drawn to it, instead of like you give me the tools to think for myself to find the answers.
Yeah, that's the difference between Socrates and Plato, I get, or Socrates and me, 23andMe.
So Aristotle has some answers, so he's often appealing. While Plato and Socrates, they leave things to cause confusion, because you have to answer the things, and if you don't understand the reasoning, if you don't understand the context, you don't understand the journey, then you're like, what the fuck are these people talking about?
And both of them had law books to no end, just to understand what we understand now, that we understood through, I would say, loving each other. So now that we've gone through those generations of, just asking more questions, we get somebody who was answering things, but also he could have fucking saved the world with the things, if everybody could do what Plato was trying to do, but he didn't get it either. Plato didn't get it. Aristotle couldn't get it, because this is a thing different than, looking at science or, also, I guess, because I see Aristotle as someone who's just looking at plants and shit, that he has like rule books or something, and maybe they make sense to you. Oh damn it, I forgot your name. I'm sorry. Tentacles. THC.
The Rabbi Waffles.
Yeah. Rabid Waffles. Tentacles.
THC. Rabid Waffles is my main account.
Rabid Waffles is his main account. But I get the TH. I like the THC one. Rabid THC. We should make a strain. Okay, so there's Aristotle, the man who failed at teaching Alexander the Great ultimate truth, or the way to follow to ultimate truth. And I'm wondering,
could you explain the failure? I think that's important.
The failure was that Alexander went in the bad direction, where Plato was looking for the reason to stop doing war. Alexander found more reason to do war. He just warred everything, to take, to consume, which is where people, I think, are at now, where we are facing what was going on. Plato, Socrates.
Did Aristotle, didn't he give up trying to teach him?
Yeah.
He's like, I can't teach you if you're not going to listen.
Yeah.
Well, you say that's a failure, but isn't part of it also on Alexander the Great to understand what he's saying, to try and make an effort to understand, which I think is part of what you have told me.
It would be nice if we could blame both of them. However, this is the problem. I talk in a context of now, for people now, whereas in times of Aristotle, he was the adult in the situation, and at that time he should have taught Alexander like I try to tell people, and it was a failure, and he gave up on that child. We can't blame the children, I guess. He could have done the thing, but he had everything. He wasn't given that, what do I call it, the output? He wasn't outputting the good reason why Alexander should be a great king. And he could have learned that through listening to Plato, because Plato and Socrates, at least as far as we know, I don't know how much was Plato and how much was Socrates, but we know by the law books that the only person who could fit in that spot is one ultimate king. And they tried to teach that ultimate kingness to be ultimately good, that men are just going to conquer everything, and when that happens they can just have everybody could have the best life because nobody would have to war anymore if the guy at the top knew how to.
Yeah, it's not how there's a lot of how to rule the best.
Yeah, ruling the self. If Aristotle couldn't teach Alexander how to rule the self, I don't know if Aristotle was listening, but maybe through you I can understand why the best thing isn't your primary goal. How would you know what the best thing
What do you mean by the best thing isn't your primary goal?
What do I mean by primary, or the best thing isn't your primary goal? That at every point in time, we are faced with a this or that decision. And that this or that decision starts molding us throughout time, where we say who we are because of the experience we have or the lies that we tell. And through that system, at least this is what I experience, so I would expect that other people would experience, because it's not just craziness, you know? It's not just craziness. It has to be some craziness, the imagination, but you gotta hold that shit like you're a Jamaican bobsledder, you know? And when the issue of hurt becomes the apparent villain, that the decision to deny becoming anything like your enemy, I guess is what I would say. I guess enemy is also an abusive thing. The original hurt, that childhood trauma.
For me, personally, I don't believe that there is this this greater good goal that people need to meet, but that like there's this an individual responsibility, like to continue the self, like to continue on through offspring and things like that. Like I feel like that's more of man's duty than like Alexander the Great, where he wanted to like conquer the world and for like but like do a greater good sort of goal. Like I don't believe that philosophy should serve the interest of people as a whole, but as the benefit to individuals, and then that would be greater for the whole anyway if all the individuals could work on themselves.
What would you say? And I wish I could hold on to. There's a lot of places this and that, or from to here and there. What would you say if that if I told you that greater good is a measurable thing that everyone can agree on if they went in, I don't know how to say it, if you went in the best direction, if best direction even makes sense yet.
Well, I feel like a lot of people have a hard time defining exactly what a greater good would be, and that's why I feel like it sort of needs to relate to the individual. Like, you need to, I mean, the best you can even do is do what's best for yourself and your offspring. You're not going to be able to, like, what would you define as a greater good that could be accomplished by individuals?
It's hard because I'm having a hard time knowing how people couldn't know this. Um but I think I do know there is a level of hurt that people just deal with. And I think when we get tired, the individual gets tired of feeling any of that hurt, but also decides not to do that hurt to someone else. The absolute truth of greater good for everyone is absolutely apparent.
So, do you mean that uh, I'm a little confused. Like, do you think that peace between people is a greater good, like life where people can coexist, or like I don't know. Like, doesn't this get down to like a greater good? I always think it comes down to like a utopian sort of ideal, or something that people could strive to. So, do you have a utopian sort of ideal that people of what that people should strive for?
I think the utopian ideal becomes apparent to everyone once they use their hurt to learn instead of whatever it is they do with hurt. I
to
think there's information there.
to suffer. I think there's so much hurt that is caused by things that can be solved.
Deal with it. Just deal with it. Life is hard.
Uh,
Death and taxes.
there's hurt from being burned of things. That's a hurt of nature that cannot be avoided.
Mm-hmm. Like getting burned by fire.
Yes.
Is only avoidable
but-
if you avoid fire. But
but-
sometimes you can't.
Teaching a kid to shut up when they're trying to learn, so from that point on you are discouraging them from learning. That's a years long hurt that could have been avoided, and it can be fixed.
And it could have happened because a woman wasn't loved the way she needed to be loved. It's probably
That's-
something that no man wants to hear,
That's
but our hurt is significant to the problems at hand. And what would keep people in line instead of laws and rules and governments, utopian Star Trek bullshit, is the union between a man and a woman that wants the hurt to stop.
yeah. There's understanding there. You can't force people.
To understand without doing the thing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to express that it needs to be tried first, you know?
Yeah, and there's information we have from
Living.
living and examining that through sharing like this, through discussion, that you can find
You create the
right
world,
thing.
you find that goodness.
like we as a people, not us personally, but we as a people come together and we were able to define water.
Mm-hmm.
So through the same process, if we can define any of our words, we can define what good is. If people are willing to put in the work.
Yeah, and it wasn't a thing I think that could happen at all until right now. I have no heroes. You know what I mean? And I don't want to be a stank bitch about it, but I learned all there is to know to be that thing that has to be in this utopia. I have to be a certain way. To be in the world that governs us and kills us and tells us what our time is worth makes me less of that person. So everybody in that other world is losing something of themselves that tell them exactly what this utopia could be. And everybody, I would imagine everybody has a say, right? It's not just these are the laws and blah blah blah. It's self-governing and loving each other and not wanting any your family to be hurt. If everybody was like that,
And that loving is defined. You got to be somebody worthy of love. It's not just for nothing. There's work there. There's value there. And I asked, is there things to do to be in that utopia? And some of that, do we know? Yes, and that is through what things aren't. We know.
we did tests that other people haven't gotten to yet. We're on the backs of giants, quote unquote, but
So we know that to avoid hurt, say one thing, putting babies on spikes. We know that's bad. We've seen
yeah,
it.
it's a good place to start measuring. Does a baby like a razor blade to the lip? No.
Okay, so there's so much now that we know causes hurt. So if we do things that avoid the hurt and we can find the commonalities of the things that cause hurt and
What
we can
goes
avoid
on
them.
instead of being hurt? What goes on when a child doesn't hurt? Right?
Yeah. There's so much you can learn from the what is and what isn't, especially of the hurt that tells you where the solutions to things are.
Well, I think that you guys are saying that sort of pain is. I, I think you guys are sort of saying that pain is bad and that. But pain is a good tool for bettering other people. Like, I think on some level, you do have to hurt your friends and family members to make them better people and to even accomplish some sort of greater good, whatever that be. Which I think, for me, a greater good would be all the people that could be, all the people that could live, should live, and have individual rights. But
So
I
what
think that
defines
sometimes
the hurt?
people do
Who
need to be,
defines
like, I
how
believe that in a relationship.
who gets to define the level of hurt that one gets to inflict? Where is the authority in that?
Well, the unfortunate reality is, I think that, oh, for me, I believe that it is sort of up to the head of the household to decide that for himself. I don't believe that a government or some higher authority should have a right to tell a father or husband the way that he should govern his household. I think that that's up to that individual, and that a father does sort of have rights over his wife and children.
So if a father was taught by his father to treat his children like boo boo, that's okay.
Well, I just think that it comes down to who has the right to say otherwise, like who. Sorry, when I hear my voice, it messes me up.
I get it.
um,
I don't remember. Or I don't follow.
okay, so I think a problem. To a government to tell that individual what he can and can't do with his family.
What about the
But I think
universe? The
that,
universe tells you how
know,
fast you can go based on
it
what you
is sort
build to
of
go
a
fast.
responsibility for men to pass down good values to their sons, teach them the way to treat other people. But I still don't apply the same rules to women.
Doesn't apply to women. That means that we have less of a right to live, and but yet we should do what is said. That's treating someone like an animal, isn't it? And I would imagine that there's a lot of men who would treat their dogs better. there's an men have had to answer to God, right? And God was just whoever had control of the words of God.
Well, it isn't even necessarily just about treating women as animals, but I think it's in men's nature as animals themselves to control over women. You see this in all animal species.
Are we no better than animals as men and women because we both do like the animals?
Well, I think that different or making a distinguish or yeah, distinguishing men from animals doesn't work. We're always at our core going to be animals, and we might have a higher sense of consciousness, but all animals have some level of consciousness similar to humans. We just have more so, and in a lot of ways, it actually is sort of a detractor from what is necessary. An animal knows what it's supposed to do, but humans get that confusion, and that's why I sort of bugged by Socrates and Plato and philosophers like that sort of spread confusion and sort of lead people away from their biological purpose, which I think is the main goal, and people shouldn't get distracted in that.
So you want to move closer to animal than advancing to something different.
Especially since the potential is there. Since we're talking and all.
So you would, from what I'm understanding your words, you would move towards evolution. You would move to either stagnation, stay the same, or worse. Because I don't see it moving forward. If we are to be better than animals.
Well, that's
Well, yeah, I don't really agree with this concept of progression that a lot of people seem to believe in because it doesn't seem like we're really progressing towards anything that benefits us as human beings. I mean, we already know what we want, we already know what we biologically need, and I think it's I think that what I see people now like I think it is amazing what man has been able to do with technology and buildings and cars, but all it has done is made people unhappy and it's taken meaning out of life for men. So whatever this progression is through hasn't been good for us as human beings. I think that our nature is sort of self-explanatory or obvious, and that our instincts can guide us much better than people think, and that in this world, it's sort of in the current society, you kind of have to get rid of instincts. And
sorry, I don't know if you cut out.
I think that life has been taken away because of things like the industrial revolution and progression. Ultimately, has just made us depressed and caused us more suffering.
I don't think that people understand the suffering that happens when it's all about survival, right? And then at some point, people go, men want to thrive. They want to do things where they don't have to fight for stuff. And animal is just a sure shot to fighting all the time because that's what people don't stop warring. So there was something that you said, and I wish I could fucking remember. Do you remember? It was probably a very important thing. No,
What's I'm not sure what your direction is, baby. So I don't know.
towards life, love, and truth. That's fine. It'll come back because the main point is that we've seen progression. We have had to have progression to talk, right? There is no going back. And there's no one, I would say that there is no one that understands anything right now. So it's all just, well, we failed. It sucks. Let's give up. I'm trying to say something brand new. So it's not just like what Socrates and Plato said. It's what I've learned and I'm trying to communicate it through their stories.
And building upon it.
Yeah.
Moving forward, progressing.
A big okay, because truth is all about contradictions. If the perfect world is men doing what they want, and I exist in a place that says, no, I think that there's an easier way to go about it. I think that we should find what's bad in where we're headed versus what's good in trying something different, because I know that there's something different, something where men and women get to make choices about their life. And the problem isn't women. The problem isn't the guys who exist right now. The problem is that we came from a destructive place. Nature is very hard. That's why men, in whatever made them different than nature, could build stuff, could protect themselves, could make stuff to take stuff from other people, and then they enjoyed the relaxation. And I don't think in this world that relaxation could exist. Through what? Through laws. Men have to follow laws to decide what they do anyway, because the man at top is going to make those laws for the men on the bottom. It isn't just every man gets to do whatever he wants, if that makes sense. So if man has to be ruled by something universal, right? Man can't jump in the air and keep flying. Man can't do a lot of things because the earth says no. The earth says you've got to do something different if you want to accomplish this. You don't have wings. You're not Speedy Gonzalez. You're not that thing that can go really fast. So there's limitations that we realize. There's limitations in our ideas of things. There's limitations in how people do everything, I guess. You're looking at me and I don't know.
Well, I think even
limitations. There's limitations in
I think a problem, like you mentioned, war. Like war is even a sign of man's that want for violence, right? Man's deep inside want to kill, but it's being used in the wrong way. Like a lot of wars, like a lot of the wars that we've had in America since like the Vietnam War have been for money or for other things, and not haven't really been about actually self-defense, but sort of sports. Like, war has become sports for a lot
what's
of
going to
people,
stop man
where it's
from making war
side,
sports?
and I think and it gets down into the violent nature. I mean, sports itself is even a substitute for man's violent nature, which is put out on animals and provide for women, but also to conquer women. And now it's being used in a way that's uh, oh man, I hope that it doesn't mess up my audio. I think it messes my audio when I do this.
A little bit,
But
you're getting distorted.
animalistic nature that aren't going to satisfy men properly, and that the only way we can really satisfy man needs to return to the old ways, which would even be better for women because women have that protection, and they would have they would be provided for and taken care of, and
I
that
want to be
women should
loved.
kind of recognize
You're
the
not
benefit
offering
of
me
that,
enough
and
with
that
this
that's
society.
what's best for them more so than the kind of societies that we've structured now.
Are men not willing to give me what I want? Is it literally grin and bear it now? Because that's where we are right now. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a lady, and I don't agree. I don't. I would like my perfect world is you would ask me what I like or what I want out of the world. You know what I mean? If that doesn't matter, then life isn't worth living to me. So now you don't have
There's
babies.
half of the population now, right? Essentially, if that you have now made enemies of. You're not making friends that way. You're not making family that way. They have no. You have
We don't think like
detracted.
you.
You have detracted their reasons for giving
Wanting
you.
anything you offer,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It's like the two-party system. No, you got to be a one-party system. You all got to agree, and the only way to do that is to understand men and women. We want different things, so we have to come together, understand
Yeah.
each other,
It's
and work towards
either,
that.
Well,
hey,
I
oh,
think that's life then too. I think that that's just life for everyone. That you have to grin and bear it.
so for everyone you have to grin and bear it. So why should we do the thing that
I don't think what people like or want is what matters. I think what I think.
dang, stuff gets messed up.
I hope you're still there, but your audio cut out.
Or he was just listening to other things and waiting to see.
Well, I think that a problem with uh, what you're saying is I don't think that women properly give men that same kind of love, or men can give that same kind of love. I think life is a grin and bear it situation, and my audio is not picking up. It's fucking shit. But I really I don't see. I think that I don't understand though. What would work then? Who enforces love? Can you enforce something like love? I think that life just is suffering, and that we need to just find content in that suffering and do what's best for offering and future generations, and just follow the our carnal instincts. And I think that people would find happiness in that, and I think that they did, and that this that there isn't progress we've made. That people choose to live now ultimately is unhappy and doesn't satisfy them.
I would like to then offer you my alternative of we do find these things. I can't answer all of those questions, but it takes an understanding of there's an opportunity to move in a direction. It's not but this, but how do we solve this problem? So when you say enforcing love, when you have a child and it melts the man's heart, whatever, there's something that that child wants. And a man is best looking at their environment and studying it rather than just enforcing rules. Where love comes in. And I think that once we get rid of that hurt that life is just suffering, when we deal with those problems that make us feel that way, there's the information that shows us the alternative to going backwards and going into man's world where he gets to, I don't know, unga bunga, whatever he decides, whatever law he makes, whatever person is ruling. And instead, looking at the opportunity to self govern, just like you said, but doing it in a way that puts the women and children in mind. I think a lot of men don't allow how we feel to define their surroundings because it's just men, grin and bear, you gotta deal, life is suffering. And I don't think it has to be. And I think where my proof lies is my relationship with my husband. I don't know if anybody has ever tried to do this stuff before, but the way we practice life together is the way that every problem gets solved. If a man is left to his own devices, I mean, crazy shit fucking happens. And all we want is peace. And the way peace is guaranteed is the woman finding that safety, that security that you want to offer them, but them wanting to give you everything to make you good and strong in return. There's maybe a misunderstanding of what women can offer you because women don't know. I didn't know what I could offer to my husband when we met. I was only me. I was broken by the world around me, and I just wanted someone to love me the way I needed to be loved, and that was to help me with the fear that I have of not being protected, to have somebody on my side, to have somebody to laugh with. You know, where does friendship come into this man eat man world? If the women can't have friends too, and friends is a good thing that isn't, it's the opposite of life is suffering. You know, I don't know what it is like right now, but at some point people like their friends. Um People to share things with, and all that goodness gets lost because we are the thing that sorry, I got lost. We're the things that want it, and if it can be recognized, it can be measured just like arithmetic. If 1 plus 2 equals 3 for one person, it's the same for everyone. It's a universal thing that you need to make cars go, to make
You are
planes
cutting
go.
out a lot in the video.
Oh no. Maybe if you just want to talk whatever I said and we could work from there, probably best. Sorry, you can go. Unless you want me to go. Oh, maybe he disconnected. Hi, how are you, Michael Caboose? Would you like to join?
Sorry, my I just see, my internet's been fucking bad.
Oh, hi, welcome back. Oh, hi.
But I will say that I think that man's role in I just, I got lost with all this. But I do think that it is important that men provide that safety and for women. but and when it comes to love, I think that, I mean, I have a hard time understanding what, I don't know what your definition of love would be. For me, it's I mean, I think that the man providing and giving her a family and a home and all those things, that qualifies as the love given to her, like, and that a woman should, and that what the woman gives to the man is that's the love, that's the responsibility. And I think love in terms of responsibility is what's important, not this like fake romantic idea of love where it's all about the inner fucking who am I deep down and how can I provide her emotionally and all this. But because I think that really all we can do is, it all comes down to physical things we can do for each other. I don't think that there is this I don't like this. I think that women could emotionally support men, but I don't think that there's this that there's something that they can verbally offer men. Like I don't think that there's advice that women could give men that could really help.
That's a lot to unpack. So I'd like to, because I'm lady, I would like to highlight that I've had a problem with my husband before where he wants to define what love is for me while I get feelings inside of me, just like children who were abused or someone falls and scrapes their leg gets a feeling that can be made powerful into something good or could be made into something bad. And through that, or I guess aside from that, I would like to say that having safety is not enough for me personally. And that fakeness can be realer if I think the dude understands himself as a child who was hurt to get back to that, what a feeling is, and how that feeling can, it's an energy that makes you feel either good or bad. And that emotion, there's an emotional connection with a man. As far as my husband, we can talk all day about our relationship, but there's a maybe you should just, if you have anything to say about what I said. Corbin Nemec. Oh, are you not here anymore? Oh, does anybody else want to put in their 2 cents? I think there's 3 people here. Let's talk about love. Let's talk what I've experienced about love. I think would be a good, easy thing to do, maybe. There's a disconnect between us boys and girls where somehow we're wrong about something, but men are right. I don't know if maybe you don't have your uh headset in plugged in, or your microphone. I can't hear anything.
Sorry, my internet is really bad right now. You're gonna have to give me A second.
Okay. Horror content. Are you a different person? I can remove and report, but I can't see fucking pages. Smooth
All
move.
right, now it
Oh.
should be working.
I'll wait for you.
Um, I I have a hard time really trying to understand what because to me I don't need any emotional support to be happy. I don't think that there's anything that could be said that's going to make me happy. I think the only satisfaction I'm going to get is from fulfilling my biological goals, and I think that's the only thing that people really I think that's the only thing that really does make people happy. I don't uh I think that a lot of what women feel emotionally gets satisfied through male conquering. And I've seen this for myself with a lot of women where they are very angry and very unhappy until they are conquered, not necessarily like. And when I mean that, I don't mean like rape or something, but I mean like actually that men have to have like some sort of dominance and that there is a duality between men and women where women are more sort of emotional in that way. So I understand why you would you would think that way about emotion, but I think it men don't feel that same way. And trying to appeal to men on that same emotional level isn't going to work, and that it kind of confuses men and drags them down. And it also drags women down because it creates this sort of false sense of emotional equality. Like there's something there that can be met in the middle, but I think that the only way either side can be satisfied is by fulfilling those sort of biological urges. Like I think that what's good about Nietzsche, Freud, and Carl Jung is that it's post discovery of evolution. It's based on the ideas of Charles Darwin, and that Darwinism ultimately is right. That is the only way that men and women really get satisfaction is out of those animal impulses, and that this sort of idea of emotional fulfillment or whatever, I don't think that really, I don't think that works.
So, what's preventing people from being emotionally satisfied now if they had all the opportunity to reproduce with each other?
Well, I think it's because people are really getting distracted by their own personal goals and their own individualism and things, which I think individualism is good in on a lot of levels, but people take this sort of selfishness attitude to an extreme where they're willing to, fuck over their own children for their own personal goals, or even fuck over their own children for their relationship with their wife. Like some people will put their love for their wife over their love for their children, and I've seen that a lot. And I think that is a big no-no. That the best thing a man and a woman can do is to do what's best for their children and come to the agreement that everything they do is going to be for their children and not just for their own personal satisfaction, and that even uh their children aren't going to be satisfied in that way either. I think that it is as basic as fulfilling those obligations.
So there's a desire that men, women, and children feel that or a desire that they feel need to be fulfilled, but this is something that we feel incorrectly.
Yes, I think that people misunderstand those emotions that they have, and that they aren't, and that there is like severe confusion with the way society is and with religion and philosophy, and there's and things like that that have made us distracted from those goals, that because you know that ultimately our happiness comes from goal fulfillment, and that people would be satisfied if they set those goals and fulfilled them. But this I don't see. mm, it's really hard to articulate what I'm trying to say.
Should we uh pause so that you can think about that, or should I move from what you said? I think that, like the thumbnail, that
Oh no, you just, what do you, I'm just saying, like, I'll just say what I think that I'll just say what I
oh
oh
dang.
no,
Okay, so I'll just go. Um on my thumbnail, it's
just never mind. I know
words
I'm confusing.
creating the limitations of my words, or the limitation of my world. I think that it's very hard to use words to describe what we're thinking, and it's impossible when it's wrong. Perhaps you don't know how to articulate what you're saying. Perhaps you're wrong. It has to be at least considered. I'd like to counterpoint. There was something you said about uh knowing our desires. Who tells us what these desires are? Or I'm not sure what really, how anything can come from anything but experience, by shaping the self, by understanding the self. So if someone doesn't understand why people are confused about their desires, and they decide that this should just be a desire, it which is children, right? That children are everything you should just do for your children. There's a bit of a disconnect, right? Because there's a not understanding something and choosing something to then pass on to your children, as opposed to exploring. With that exploring, oh, there's a, a that's so I could be wrong. If you could be wrong, that may mean that what women want isn't necessarily a detriment, but is a cry for help. And here's why I'm saying this: because there is something that hurt you in the past. And I believe you were the one who had the bad mother, right? THC. Um, that there's a hurt there that you move on from and defined a lot of what you believe based on. Would I be
Yeah.
correct in saying that the hurt from not having a mother has given you your picture of just life is suffering? That's where it started? I guess from the very beginning.
Well, I don't think that that's even necessarily true. I think life is suffering because that's just how life presents itself, and that's the only reason that we are able to feel love and even have a desire for love is because of that suffering. Like, that's just the duality that life presents itself. And I think that the reason men are supposed, and that's the duality of men and women, is that men are order and women are chaos. I've heard you acknowledge that before, I think. And even men have some chaos in them and women have some order in them, and maybe men and women need to be in touch with that as well. But that's still the role that men play in society, is to be orderly and to conquer and to spread their genes and to, conquer not just women but conquer nations and things and spread across as far as we can. And and that's just instinctive in us. I don't think that there is a I think that's sort of the problem, is that what philosophy sort of distracts from that and sort of confuses people in a lot of ways. This sort of pursuit to find out who the real self is, when really it should be self-evident, like that we are animals and that ultimately what we desire is the same thing that animals desire, and that this search for deeper meaning really causes us even more suffering.
So the only difference between man and animal is that they're aware that they're animals.
Well, I mean, self-awareness is a large part of what makes us human. But I mean, even but look, what do we use this intelligence for that separates us from animals? We use it to build societies and and buildings and cars and things like that. It is a creating of order. That's it's like we've heightened the best aspects of our animal nature. That's what makes us different, I would say, is that the best things that we are more animal than the animals.
So we heightened our order with all the things that we built, and yet that is a thing that was bad for us, and that's why we should go back. I think you said that the society stuff that we live in now is bad for us, so we have to go back to animal.
Well, yeah, because that's hard to explain, but like I think that is sort of the problem. Is it's even like evolutionary, and evolution itself isn't this flawless system that works perfectly. It in the and even our animalistic nature isn't entirely good either. It has a lot of negatives, and the point I think with even the order of society is that there is that underlying chaos, both with less so in men but even more so in women, but that chaos is still there in men. And then that's what sort of destroys societies. And I think that this you know uh that by building all that we have, we ensure even more destruction.
So the purpose of man being more sentient than animal is to become aware that everything is bad.
I mean, I would say everything is bad. I would say that good is sort of what you make out of the bad. I would say everything.
Hmm. Okay, hold on. So the bad is what you make, or it's just all bad. We have been made aware of our existence just to suffer. Why then would we have children to continue that suffering?
Okay, maybe what I would say is the world. It's man that's capable of making good in the world.
I agree. Man is capable of making good in the world. And if there is a lady right now who's talking about the good that they could do further than what they do, because right now, a lot of their good is turning into a lot of fucking bad. You said that there's order by the things that man makes, but I would say, yeah, you did your science experiments, but look at the fucking mess you made. You know what I mean?
Well, I would say that it's not really even entirely it's not even men's fault. I would say that a large part of it is that the corruption of weakness, which even a lot of the times comes from women, because a lot of ways women have made men weaker in
Who's
societies.
stronger, men or women?
And it's look at the fall of things like Greece and Rome and places like that. I think it a large part of it is to blame on women, femininity, homosexuality, things that
Who's
uh, are
okay?
sort of spread by
Who's stronger,
the
men or
weakness of
women?
women, and that women are very corrupting of men and what they create. I mean, even in I think that's sort of what the Adam and Eve story is about.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard me. Who's stronger, men or women?
I think men are stronger, but
If
I don't know
men are
what your
stronger,
measurement is. Do you mean emotional strength, physical
oh,
strength, or strong in what way?
any are they stronger in all the ways or in some of the ways?
I would say in most of the ways.
In what ways are men not the strongest?
Well, I would say women have sort of a stronger endurance, or that women have a stronger sense of emotion.
Should our stronger sense of emotion be repressed because man's is weaker?
Well, no, I think that there's certain aspects of feminine emotion that need to be heightened in women that actually aren't being satisfied in the world today. Like, women are miserable and angry, and then
I completely
drags us down
agree.
as a society as a whole, because women need to be more feminine and men need to be more masculine in order to maintain these kinds of societies that we want to live in. And I think that the best way that we could even achieve, I think that that we need to simplify these societal structures, and that by making them overcomplicated, it's easier for them to be corrupted and to be ruined by weakness and femininity.
Ooh, that's a lot there. So, women are stronger emotionally, but they need to be guided. Should they be guided by men or should they be guided by the best woman?
I don't think that women are capable of that kind of guidance, and I don't think that that's even what women provide for their offspring. I think that women can have emotion that are good for emotional support, but I don't think that they're good at as leaders, and that I don't think that they are even very good at structuring finding a way to structure those emotions in a productive way to lead.
That seems like a catch 22 then. If women are stronger emotionally, that means men would have to conquer them with something else other than emotion. They wouldn't be teaching them how to be better emotionally, but kind of jailing them or punishing them, teaching them in some other way to use their emotions for however a man says. Would that be accurate?
Um, well, it's not even necessarily about punishment, but that women do but that the emotions of women do need to be controlled on some level, because that is where conquering comes into play, because women in a setting where they are not conquered are more disruptive and angry and overly emotional, not in a positive way that benefits anybody. They do sort of need to be under the thumb of a man to sort of have the best aspects of their feminine emotions to come out.
What are the lengths that men would go to control that emotion? We have, let's use the best example. Say me and you are an item. Obviously, somebody wanted to be my item, so let's say that we can't say that I would not be loved in my condition, in my current state. So let's say we're together and I don't like the way you treat me emotionally. How do you react if I don't offer you sex, or if I try to take children away, or if I don't give you the thing that you see you? Well, I guess you would have to be in a relationship with me to understand. And the thing about that, there's a problem with this. The female has stronger is stronger emotionally. Men are stronger in different ways, but not emotionally. There's always going to be room for corruption then. So whatever means you use to control my emotions, doesn't that mean I'm always one step ahead of you? I guess unless government steps in.
I don't understand the one step ahead of you thing, but I would say that what we do need is that there does need to be sort of a forced. I think women do need to be sort of forced. Uh, that women do need to sort of be slaves to men on some level, and that there is no other option really for men, that because what the only alternative is to lose your children your uh to lose your masculinity, or to I think that if women are not ordered, then chaos reigns, right? The things are not going to be good for your offspring. Things are not going to be good for society as a whole if women are left unchecked.
There was a point, and then there was another point, and I want to get to that first one, but I lost it. Hold on. Women controlled. Fuck. There's. Oh, if women weren't stronger emotionally, then men wouldn't have to blame them for being tricksters. Women wouldn't have succeeded in whatever they blame women for making them do.
Well, I wouldn't call what women are doing a success really in any way, because it, I would say, I mean, if the end goal is for women's happiness, they're definitely not succeeding. What they're doing is self-destructive. It doesn't benefit anybody. That's the problem. Is that the best is that women don't that the best aspects of women are only going to come out through that order, and that the best aspects of men that come through that order as well. That the best aspects of men come out when they have control over something else.
As a female, I would have to say, absolutely, because I'm still an individual that would not survive in this world. You say that, men would have to control women so that, because that's the only, physically, because that's the only way that a man gets control, but a female still has all that other control. So there's this point of contention. There's no, a woman would rather kill herself and kill her children, and the delusions of, devils or whatever. Nothing is going to stop that, because the hurt between men and women is still there. There's no way that you can see what a utopian world where men and women love each other could be if there is not a desire to know that thing.
Well, I just don't believe that is a possibility. I don't think that there really can be this sort of equal balance between men and women, or that the best qualities. Um, I just don't think. I don't. I mean, I don't see how this society that you're saying could exist. I mean, if you could tell me how you think it could exist, that would be helpful.
It's becoming more aware and more decisive with decisions. It's measuring the truth that exists on, like, 1, 2, 3, and using that sameness for the inside, the goal. We know we want to love a man. Men know they want to love us. They have like a divining rod that leads towards us. Okay, so how that would work is choosing to give men power, a woman choosing to give their man power over them, only one man, and choosing to dedicate herself to that one man, choosing to be submissive. while also the male giving up some things for her. It's a delicate balance of who am I versus the trauma that I've had to deal with. And it's based on every individual making the decision to want the best thing, to want a world where they can make a girl happy outside of what the individual man wants or sees. And I don't know if it works without men becoming the thing that is stronger than females for the best reason. Being that strong thing, not to just dictate who they are so men could come and make babies, but also exploring the sanities or the emotions that and the insanities, because all of my insanity as a chick has very good reasons that's measurable. And with the right environment, with the right man who can give me the love and safety that I need, which I guess happened for the most part, I was able to see where I am versus where husband is by giving him, trying to understand him, because our emotions are powers. I think a woman better when I was younger than wherever we are now, that women are confused because there are bad men in charge. And I think where I come from the most, it's not just go ahead and do this thing, you should know this thing. There's a lot of information that I have to offer everyone that shows and proves that there is a better thing that we can work for, and that the problem isn't men right now. I mean, they are big and they could be the fucking problem, but little boys aren't right now, and little boys want love from their parents. And we have to heal those wounds. We have to try to heal those wounds. And I don't know if that's something that you would like to try. You know, there may be like this space missing that doesn't see the good because he doesn't have someone like me in his life. I would say that my husband's pretty happy when he's, sometimes he's not happy because he doesn't get his way. Men have a violent streak in them and it can be quelled by love, etc., etc.
Well, I think what you are describing is a selfless kind of love that I don't think is a real a real I don't think it's real. I think that everything that we inherently do in life is motivated by selfishness, and even Sigmund Freud points out that everything that we desire comes down to violence and sex, and that there really and that all other desires are based in that, and that without understanding that, there is no there the that love can't be utilized in the selfishly in the way it needs to be. And I think that man, I'm really tired, but I'll just let you go.
I'm selfish as fuck. Every man can't help but to be selfish as fuck. I think if you see this in a selfless way, we've got to understand how it's completely selfish. But in that selfishness, there has to be like a give and take. It's just like the bartering system, or just where I need things and I know my husband needs things, and we come together to try to satiate as best we can. And when we come into conflict, we deal with it instead of doing war. like dudes do. And if you want to pick this up later because you're tired, that would be okay.
Well, I would say the thing about the because I don't see what kind of emotional support a man or a woman can give each other in other than what they can provide themselves. I don't think that there's um I think that that's really what they have to do is find out what biologically what they need biologically or what in them as an animal needs to be satisfied. I don't think that there's that people are as complicated as things like philosophy make us out to be.
I include biology. I don't know if you've ever seen my agathoptics. It includes it's a process by which people can follow a chart to live if they ever need. And this is here because there are biological needs that some people just pretend don't exist. Like the people who chop off their wieners, everything's imagination. What you believe, there's a person who believes the complete opposite. But there's something in the middle that when I realize my husband's biological needs, I can't just not make him feel good, make him feel strong. A lot of these things you've got to experience to know the how well it works in your favor. There's biological needs for me too, but my biological needs has a lot of emotion to it. It has a lot of daddy did damage, and everyone in the world feels it. And everyone can learn how to interact with another person. A man with a woman is the only way that it works the best. That when they come together to do the opposite of what hurt them, there's a new world to explore, new potentials that go far beyond what government says, what society says, what made those things are bad and corrupt, and we're just trying to replace all of it with just good intentions, just being aware that you do have biological. My husband knows that he has biological needs, and he knows that I know. So there's, I guess, the aspect of woman and her biological needs. It's not having babies. If that was the case, there wouldn't be so many women having fucking abortions. What our biological needs are is a step up from having babies. It's feeling good so that we can love babies the most instead of this just fill them full of sperm and just be happy and grin and bear it. There's a lot of differences between men and women here that when experienced, it I think you would be able to see like a whole new person. How could I ever have lived without this love before? But that would take, frankly, men being on my side to enforce something within themselves, a selfishness, something that understands the man perfectly and understands the potential between a man and a woman, not by force, but by self strength. Because I don't think it's strong to say that I was duped by women. All these stories of men being duped by women and a lot of problems, men can take, if they are strong, they can take that whole burden on themselves. And there's a natural way when women are able to finally be free, and I don't know what it would take, but I know that if I had enough men in our corner that wanted potentially the best thing out of life instead of the suffering of life, I think that we would be able to take over the world without a gunshot. And that's the best for children. If no children wants to hear a gunshot, that's the best for children. If we want to do, and I agree completely, what we should do should always be the best for children, but that takes knowing ourselves as children. That takes knowing not just children have to grin and bear this and that. There has to be a more personal relationship that puts more than just biology into this. There's an intelligence that we have that we're not using to understand things. We're using our intelligence to criticize it. Just like, because you didn't understand me, you tended towards memeing or how trolling or whatever. I think there's a relationship there that can be a lot stronger and a lot different, a lot opposite than the curiosity instead of, the trolling, for example. If any of that makes sense to you. Oh no, you probably got disconnected.
Well, I think the thing about uh, when it comes to like when it comes to the thing with the needs of your child and the needs of the needs of your child and the needs of your wife is that it's still going to come down to biology, and that really what you need to understand is how those emotions relate to the biology of the person, and being able to convey that to your children and being able to control that in your wife in a way that she will be happy with you enough to comply and raise children with you. But at the end of the day, that's the purpose, and that's what the woman needs to understand, that the love that the man gives her and that the love that she gives the man comes down to what's best for the children, and then that's the biological need of that love anyway.
That happiness isn't enough for me. It will never be enough for me. And I think in a world like that, the children wouldn't be happy because they don't get to express themselves. They don't get to do the exploring, the love that they feel. A child undoubtedly who's uncorrupted by a lack of love will in turn love something else even more. There was something, hold on 1 second. There's the ego of man that I assure you, if you relinquish a little bit, there can be a better understanding by asking questions rather than communicating. I don't think there's the curiosity of going towards what I'm saying more than like this contrary thing. There's a lot of contradictions, like, we can love you well enough. Well, what are the extents of those loves? What is the biology of love? Maybe the biology of love we should get into, because the biology of love is from nature, right?
Yeah.
There's choices that we make as humans rather than choices that animals make. They go for the best smelling woman or the strongest man or however it goes, right?
Yeah.
But sorry. It's so much because there's like this, it is here if you let me show you it. There will never be, there is proof because you're here, right, husband?
Yeah, baby.
What's the matter?
Make sure everything was good. It looked like stuff was froze, but everything's cool.
We can do more together. I guarantee it.
Yeah. I know just from a little bit I've gone from a guy who was making $40 a week to a guy making $14 an hour to a guy who's about to break $100,000 a year. Just in that one little bit. It has nothing to do. I haven't even included all the beneficials in quote unquote personal life. That
It's a thing that instead of ego answering by, well, this is just what man is or whatever, having that opened, I guess because I said so and I'll try to prove it as best I can. Even, I mean, Plato says love between man and woman. And if you're not loving a man and a woman together, you're gay, right?
yeah.
There's a gayness, I guess, to maybe a little bit of the ego because I don't get to be who I want to be, and that has to be restricted because man says I shouldn't explore this part of me. I explored it. Other women tried to explore it, but we got to where we are right now. We're in a present. You are here. I want the hurt to stop. I think everybody wants the hurt to stop. It's not going to stop by just writing laws. It'll never happen. There's a way to love a woman and a way to love a man that is mathematically provable. But you have to act it, you have to live it, you have to say the words, you have to watch for the contradictions. And there's a lot of contradictions in the argument that men should control women in house and they would be good enough to not war with each other, but they wouldn't, you know? Sorry, we saying
Yeah.
something?
Um. Oh, like a sidebar with your wife.
Oh, okay. I'm still listening.
I think the thing with oh, I'm turning this down. The thing with like even with your child and his, if you have children, like if I have a boy and he wants to explore and he has like these feelings of wanting to explore and wanting to understand, because you've probably noticed that boys have this sort of natural sense to want to know how things work, wanting to put things together and wanting to understand the way animals are and all these things. But it all comes back to biological urges. It always comes back to instincts and them wanting to use things as tools in their life to accomplish their goals of control, conquer, divide, and things like that. Like it all does basically come back to that. And women's role in this is to lift up men usually. I don't think that off it disconnects me. Um well, yeah, I'll just ask what you think of that.
There's boys have I forgot the word I was going to use. Boys like to explore. What about girls exploring? You didn't mention them at all. Boys have I forgot the word I was going to use. Boys like to explore. What about girls exploring? You didn't mention them at all.
I don't think that women have that natural sense to want to explore. I don't. I think that if women feel that way, it's confusion.
Are you denying that I have the desire to explore?
I think that women will come down. I think that on the level of exploring with a man, I might understand, because women often do see things through the eyes of men. They try to put themselves in the perspective of men because they I would say it comes actually down to male worship when women try to sort of the same thing with men, where men get confused and think they're like women. Women can get confused and think that they're like men and have desires, but ultimately that they'll find unhappiness. Like you see women that do choose to explore over having a good relationship with a man, or uh or don't use a man as the outlet for that sort of exploration, are going to be unhappy. That there needs to be a man involved in this scenario for them to find happiness in that.
Well, my question was, do did I personally, are you denying that I had the desire to explore?
Yes, I think that any desire you have to explore is coming from a place of unconscious male worship or association with males, and a desire to, or getting confused with your desire to be with a male to being a male.
So, my I still had a desire to explore, but it's a male driven desire, right? Or is it just because man exists that, oh, getting more stuff? Um that's so confusing because men exist, right? And men have exerted their power for all the time. So how could man not be part of that? But also, why isn't there something feminine to distinguish them from male? Or I guess, why don't you think there's something that distinguishes them from male?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that.
Okay. Um let me try again then. Women do not have a anything that differs them or differentiates them from men besides things that should be controlled, is what I'm understanding.
Well, I'm a little confused by that, but let me say something like this. Maybe it'd be helpful. Like, do you think that women that choose not to marry men because they want to put their career first, do you think that those women genuinely find enjoyment in that career, um, without men involved?
Oh, Jesus. Thanks. I don't think that anyone finds fulfillment in that world. I think it was created by bad men. And those women don't find fulfillment in living that way, just as men don't find fulfillment living that way. But if we're talking about the relationship between men and women being that women want to fulfill desires for men, I don't disagree with that. However, there is something that makes women separate from that. We have that aspect of men desire, because we are still the inferior thing. There's no questioning that men have a hold on women. That's not to say that they should just do whatever they want with us. Does that make sense to you, what I said?
Well, I don't think it would be beneficial for men to do whatever they want with women, necessarily. There's a difference between want and need. And what I'm saying really comes down to need. I think that what men's role is, I think what women need is to be conquered or ordered by men. It's not down to wants. I don't think men should just literally do whatever they want with women. If that were the case, I'd literally like hang women upside down and light candles in their vaginas and whip them and shit. And I don't think that there's any point in doing that. There's no reason in that would make life any better.
I don't think that it would make life any better for men to decide what women's happiness is. Now, this is what I'm I keep trying to say, but it's not getting through for whatever reason, that everybody, every boy, every girl, every man, every woman at this point in time is confused. And yes, there are things that we got to know about biology, but there's also other things to know. So, oh, hold on. It is very hard to talk. It's unfortunate that people want to insult people for trying to do this talking stuff. Um, there is a separation between lots of things. There's a separation between men and a separation between women, and we were talking about a certain separation, right? I'm blinded by pizza.
Blinded by pizza.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually if you would like, we could continue this conversation another day where we can both think more clearly, preferably at a day where it's not so late. We could start earlier and I can drink some coffee or something, because I get like really like retarded at night, if I'm being honest.
I think it would be best then. Do you have like my email address or something if you want to try to set something up, or a tweeter or something? So it doesn't just randomly happen. We'll have like things at least set up a little bit more.
Yeah, I will. You're talking about setting up, fixing this stuff. Yeah, I'll spend some time working on the technical issues.
I mean, I could just I can type in my email in the comments.
Okay. So I guess I'll just email you to show you my email address, and then you can tell me when you're good and ready to do stuff, because we're usually good and ready if we're available. It's usually more at night, so we'll have to try to do it a little earlier.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. So it was good trying to come to a an understanding with each other, and I'm excited to do it again, and I hope you have a good night.
I mean, yeah, I mean the uh yeah, I'm sorry. I've had a hard time articulating myself, and I've also been. It's also like it's even harder to have a conversation because I have a hard time understanding what you're saying too. So, uh, but I think if we make more of an effort, it'll be easier for us to understand each other.
Fuck yeah. I understand completely.
That was the most reasonable thing said on the internet in the history of
Well, besides me.
ever.
Yes.
Outside of us, why?
Love you too. But you gotta love me the way I want to be loved.
That's right.
But yeah, I'll head out now. I left my email, so I'll just talk to you again some other time.
Okie dokie. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes, thank you.
I guess we could probably. So we've been at this for a long time, right?
Yeah, a little over 6 hours.
Dang, is that a record?
No, but
Scoobity boop. hopefully there was some people here who listened and liked it or whatever. You know?
Yeah.
If these are those who would like to listen to us, I'd rather talk about stuff than, just read things at people. That was the point of this the whole time. Um, Other friend who was here, if you'd like to come back and talk to, that would be cool as well.
Yeah.
So, I guess we'll stop then, right?
Yeah.
All right. You wanna? I can.
Yeah. Go ahead, baby.
I'll miss you more peace.
Love you. Miss you too, babe.